Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. It is me, ShellshockPrime, and I am here for a retro night. So we got another retro night happening this year, but this is the only one we're doing for February. And tonight, we are going to do something a little bit different. It's another watch party, but something a little different. Good to see you, Nova. Good to see you, Kaiju. Today is Thursday, February 26, 2026. We're going to be watching Gaming in the Clinton Years. So what is Gaming in the Clinton Years, you might ask? Well, here it is. So Gaming in the Clinton Years is a series of reviews that were made by George Wood. And they were originally for a show on public access called Flights of Fantasy. Hey, Epic. Hey, Dragon. What a time that was. Indeed, Nova. Absolutely. So this show aired within the mid to late 1990s. I hope you guys are doing good. And this show gets memed a whole bunch. But yeah, I'll say this. Like I've been aware of these videos for years, but the first time I've actually taken the time to watch them in full was when there was a video essay on this series from YouTuber Jim Caddick, aka Canicarus. He made a video during the pandemic about gaming in the Clinton years, and like that's where I decided to just check it out on my own. And then people would just make fun of these videos for years, and because there are some things about this. There's some things about gaming in the Clinton years. Yeah, yep, yeah. So I'm looking forward to watching these. And now Daddy Caddy taught us the wonders of this particular special show. Absolutely. So, like, there's no lineup. It's just videos of Gaming in the Clinton Years, because I did not change the lineup. As you can see, this is from the wrestling one, because, like, I don't need to put a lineup for this one. It's just videos from this playlist and everything. But here is the schedule for this week, because we do have Pokemon Presents tomorrow and then Resident Evil Requiem on Friday. Well, tomorrow is Friday, so Pokemon Presents first, then we're gonna play Resident Evil Requiem. And as of right now, no plans to stream on the weekend. But we are gonna be watching Gaming in the Clinton Years. I got the scene over here for the watch party, so you can see right here, like it's Gaming in the Clinton Years. I use the exact same picture that they use. The YouTube channel that hosts these is Navigator. And they have been hosting an award show for years. I am stoked for Resident Evil 9. I am playing that as soon as I can get my hands on it. Same. I'm going to try to get it at a store, but apparently it's going to be sold out, it's going to be sold out everywhere unless you have pre-ordered, which unfortunately I didn't. So if I can't find it anywhere, I'm going to have to download it on eShop. But if I have to download it on eShop, then I'm going to get the bundle, because I'm going to get it on Switch too. I'll more likely get the bundle that lets me play Resident Evil 7 and 8 as well. We'll see. We'll see what happens, because I'm gonna see if Nintendo New York has it, and if not, then I'm gonna have to download it on eShop, because you need 80 gigs for all three. Well, I'm mainly just gonna need I'm just gonna need Requiem, because I've already played 7 and 8, but it's just I would own them just to own them. That's just how it is. But let's start watching this. And if there's anything that this playlist has 789 videos, there's a good chance we're not going to watch all those videos, but we're going to watch a good portion of them. So without further ado, let's begin.
Like Illusion of Gaia, Earthbound comes packed with a load of hints if you need them. Earthbound is an easy RPG, but Nintendo wanted the game to be easy so it provide constant, uninterrupted fun. Earthbound has so many comic elements to it that Nintendo doesn't want you to give up on the game and never see those funny scenes. Earthbound is the first RPG to be set in modern times. You save your progress by calling your dad over the telephone and refill your energy by eating pizza. Speaking of pizza, you can play the game with your left hand and eat pizza in the other, since the game can be controlled with the L button, which lets you talk and check, otherwise known as search, and the control pad to move. Prepare to visit several places: a clubhouse, arcade, burger shop, theater, Loch Ness Lake, dinosaur museum, hospital, drugstore, Stonehenge, a police station, library, a park, city hall, preschool, a bakery, laboratory, tents, caves, inns, a desert, a beach resort, grocery store, a snake shop, and Saturn Valley. Watch out for Master Belch. You may have smelled him before.
Oh boy.
Bottom line, the battles and the HP elements seem out of place, but the psychic experience points fit
What's
the Earthbound mold
disorienting of this video?
The game is easy, but you should consider buying it just because
George's
it's really
voice.
Earthbound
You can only hear on
RPG
the right side of the headphones, the headset,
but not technically.
But the game you can hear on both.
Interesting.
Oh, wait. That's the Final Fantasy VI ending. That's the Final Fantasy VI ending. Why did you put the Final Fantasy VI ending there? Why would you put the Final Fantasy VI ending there? Did I mention he tends to skip everything to the end in these videos? Yes, he does. Even if it's with cheat codes.
We wish we could show you all the cool secrets of 1080 snowboarding. New tracks, giving your character a body of ice, the head of a panda, or a snowboard shaped like a penguin.
Oh boy.
We're not joking either. These nifty bonuses can only be accessed if you beat the game in every mode on the expert level. In other words, forget about it. 1080 has two basic
Caddy mentioned that he's sometimes used the cheat codes to skip games, skip the end of the game. It's so dumb.
Another two offer tricks, and yet another provides
basically he's been spoiling
action.
the games.
Obviously, the tricks are harder to master, but Nintendo deserves a big fat kiss for basing all the stunts around the B button.
How much
not
people
having dozens
cared about spoilers in the 90s.
Random combination moves like so many other games. Even the hardest move, the 1080 Air, is manageable under this system. The game is still hard though, like Diddy Kong Racing. The control is very accurate.
But this is nothing like Diddy Kong Racing.
If you swish from side to side as you go, as well as look at the direction of the snowboard, not your character, to get your angling exact. The game's best feature is the graphics. Each level has the look and feel of being one with nature. The lighting is oh so gorgeous. You'll need a bib to catch the drool from admiring the landscapes.
Oh my God.
Complete with shortcuts and hidden paths. 1080 snowboarding is the best game on the Nintendo 64 so far this year. While that's not saying much for the system, it is saying a lot for the game.
Oh my God.
Its only faults are length, only 6 racing courses, and the lack of chasmic jumps. Chasmic may not be a real word, but it should be. We want huge, imaginative jumps that keep you airborne for 10 seconds. Is it realistic? Heck no. But realism is getting boring in video games. Before we forget, the character selection screen is kind of cool. Each snowboarder is hanging out in the ski lodge. Makes sense, huh? Even in a few moments you'll spend there, you'll notice how each one has a distinctive personality, not just in what he's doing, but in his voice as well. Unfortunately, the game includes no female snowboarders, and a Canadian snowboarder would have been a real treat, a lot more exciting than the incorporation of Tommy Hilfiger clothes. By the way, if I mispronounce the name, you can chalk it up to my age and
Tommy
pure
Hilfiger.
At first we thought 1080 was a quick, albeit excellent thrill ride, which due to its mere 6 courses was not worth $60. Although not every part of each mode takes place on an actual course,
it's way ahead of the current trend of gaming.
Your attention. While motor racing games are stuffed with extra modes of play, they don't have the relevance that 1080's modes possess. One
And they're
mode
not really
seems simple
consistent
at
with his
first,
review.
until you realize you have to perform several tricks in a row and stick the landing. If you don't, your score goes to 0. 1080 will keep you busy for a while, so even non-sports fans may want to buy it. Congratulations, Nintendo. Once again, you've snuck another surprise hit into the world of gaming.
Oh my god. Alright. Well, let's go to the next one. Oh, Final Fantasy VIII. Oh boy. Oh boy. The difficulty is A. Is that like how good it is balance-wise? Yeah. Try to elaborate on that, please. Oh boy. It's just cutscenes so far. It's just cutscenes, worse than review. Is this video just gonna be cutscene? What the fuck? Motion capture. Still doing OG Final Fantasy VII? So they're showing off the motion capture.
I'm going to start out by taking you through this first part of the game step by step. You begin with Squall, an antisocial Guardian military trainee who is yet to...
That actually is the actual motion capture.
First off, if this storyline is truly to reach epic levels, then I hope one of the lovers dies. From Shakespeare to the English Patient to Titanic.
You slashed my face!
The most effective instrument of high romantic drama. As you can see,
oh my god,
motion video is impressive, but sometimes the characters feel dead inside. They're too mechanical. Renoa's eyes aren't lively enough, and Squall's face shows no character. He's over-idealized, and the emptiness he feels inside isn't quite captured in his eyes and facial expressions. Perhaps
it is.
If you think Squall looks young, check out Zell, the ultimate geekazoid.
Geekazoid?
He smiles right into the camera. Can you get any cheesier than that? Oh well. When you're in class, go into the tutorial in the study panel on your desk. Here you can download your first 2 Guardian Forces, or GFs. A Guardian Force is a powerful mythical creature, or spirit, which casts and defends against certain types of magic. Shiva's elemental magic is ice, so she's effective against fire enemies.
That would be wild if he did something like that.
Once you download the GFs, leave the classroom. When you run into Selphie, tell her you don't have the time to give her a tour, and then head in the direction from which she came.
There's a character in Final Fantasy VIII named Selphie?
He'll give you 7 magic cards.
But I'm assuming it's probably spelled S-E-L-P-H-I-E.
On the next
I'm pretty sure it is.
Walking out toward the screen until you find Quistis, your teacher.
I haven't played this game, so I don't know.
And then leave the irritating music
this is a Final Fantasy I want to play in the future. But yeah, I recommend 6. I absolutely recommend 6.
PlayStation graphics. If you look at the ocean and face left,
we probably will.
You'll spot a cave behind a small forest area. Go there to fight Ifrit, the fire boss.
Ifrit.
You can equip him as a GF.
A recurring boss in multiple Final Fantasies. Sometimes even a summon.
Personally, I like this system a lot. It gives weaker characters something productive to do while you wait for the impending doom
Selphie, S-E-L-P-H-E. Yep.
Sometimes only one GF will be effective on a larger enemy. In Final Fantasy VIII, once you draw a magic spell, you can either store it or cast it.
I remember watching Charlie's Angels and the 2 kids were playing Final Fantasy VIII with 2 controllers. They were mashing buttons. Hey, Redbeard.
The junction system is confusing at first, but you should get the hang
I wonder if he's going to talk about the card game
the menu system
in this game. Triple Triad.
Especially the sub-menus, which are opened by pressing X while on another screen. If you don't read the mandatory in-game tutorials, you'll never know they exist. For every con, there is a pro, however. One con is that the status screen does not show which GFs are equipped. One pro is that item and magic inventory lists are now composed of pages. No more endlessly scrolling item lists.
I think what's funny about his reviews are his delivery.
For extended critical analysis of this game, visit flightsoffantasy.com, where we discuss the pros and cons of the junction system,
Like the delivery of his
battle system left over from Final
reviews.
Fantasy VII, and some minor story quirks. Final Fantasy VIII is a must-buy. It's not perfect, and as of yet, the story is more plot-driven than character-driven, but this game is perhaps the most engaging RPG of all time. The easy difficulty level allows you to freely enjoy the momentum of the story above all else. While traditional RPG elements like armor and money are less apparent in this title,
Yeah, it was just nonchalantly with whatever he had in mind.
that doesn't mean we don't want to see them again.
He did. So those were storyboards. He showed off the storyboards from, I guess he had access to a behind the scenes video. But yes, in the future, I will be playing this game. And this guy sure does love this scene. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about 8. There are people who, I know people who love this game and swear by it, and I know people who hate this game. Not many in between.
Look for continued coverage of this game soon. Oh, by the way, if Square doesn't add voiceovers to Final Fantasy IX, I'm committing suicide. I hate that.
What the fuck? What? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? I wasn't ready for that. What? Yeah, that was the opening scene. The man with the machine gun. What the fuck?
Wild 9 seems to be a 90s version of the classic Bionic Commando game. Your character
Oh, I heard about this game.
Some sort of device which emits an
This was from
electric beam.
Interplay.
The beam acts like a grappling hook, helping to hoist you onto high platforms. You can also grab enemies.
I'm still
with it
reeling
and
for
fly them
that.
back and
Like,
forth.
what the fuck?
This is so much fun.
For the
A
record,
true
this guy is
guilty
actually
pleasure.
still alive.
The controls
today.
are so precise that you'll never feel as if
But-
the game cheats. Wild 9 will
What the
not
fuck?
disappoint.
Ah, that was a short review. Okay. Next. I know so many of these, so we can just keep going. Contra Legacy of War ending? Huh? Alright, let me. Thanks for the clip, Epic Man. Let me lower this a little bit. He's gonna do what? Then again, Contra Legacy of War isn't that good of a game. One of the weaker Contra games. What the fuck is that? But me spoilers, true. Yeah. There were much better Contra games anyway. What's next? GoldenEye. I'm confused with the clip from Final Fantasy VIII. Like, he said, like, fucking... I can't believe that he said what he said.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
I still need to do a
GoldenEye
playthrough
is
of this.
basically a first-person shooter game, the genre popularized by Doom. Nintendo has emphasized that GoldenEye is not just another Doom clone. This may be true, but GoldenEye hardly redefines the genre. The graphics
I
are
mainly
excellent,
ever played
except for the
multiplayer for
blocky
this
human
game.
Figures. The surface
So-
textures are beautiful, and you can see far into the distance. You can see even further with a sniper rifle, which lets you zoom in on the horizon to aim at unsuspecting guards. The zoom feature on this gun can be awkward, though, especially when you're aiming at an alarm
Yeah,
button, which you want
because
to destroy.
first-person shooter,
There's an easy
everyone assumed it was a Doom
solution to this
clone.
problem. Don't use the sniper rifle for
Not
aiming
everything
at
was that.
objects. GoldenEye 007 has 20 stages in all, 18 on the low difficulty level, and 1 extra stage
But what about
for
playing
each of
as
the higher
Oddjob?
2 difficulty levels. Regardless of the difficulty,
You
the game
100%
is
everything in the
automatically
game,
saved after you
Redbeard?
beat any
Nice.
stage. Without this feature, beating the game would be
But what about using
impossible.
Oddjob
In
with the
fact,
golden gun?
Beating the game is impossible on the higher difficulty levels. Do yourself a favor. Don't even try them. You still get an ending with low difficulty, and as far as we know, the ending does not change along with the difficulty. The ending is pretty stupid. It reflects the lack of emphasis on cinematic sequences in the game. There are very few cinematic sequences, and even those scenes constitute only the camera swooping around the landscape of a new level. In the ending, Bond escapes in a helicopter, and then we see him kissing Natalia in the jungle. She goes, "Ooh, James," and the credits roll. Whoop-de-doo. Although there's not much plot development in the cinema scenes, the actual gameplay, what you do in the game, keeps the story going on its own. Moving over to play control, you can adjust the commands assigned to each button on your controller without any trouble. You will surely want to change from the default controls to make the game handle more like Turok, Dinosaur Hunter.
Turok?
The control is not flawless.
You're
no matter
comparing
what the
this
setting.
game to
If you're looking
Turok?
down while walking over a
How
gun,
confusing it
you
is to
won't
blow
pick it
up.
If you're looking ahead while walking over it, you will. Now that's stupid. Moving the crosshairs is also difficult. You can
I don't
switch
think
weapons
comparing
safely
this to
by pressing
Turok is
start.
the flex that you
Bond will
think
look
so,
down at his
George.
watch, bringing up a menu system with everything you need to worry about. If you beat the game on the hardest mode,
Perfect
you will
menu
open up
music,
hidden
true.
levels for the 4-player minigames, which we can't show you because we only have one controller. And frankly, we don't care about the multiplayer stuff. No one buys a game specifically for multiplayer options.
Fuck you!
GoldenEye is an excellent game, even with its flaws. Experienced players will beat it quickly, though, so some of you might be better off renting it. Our last note regarding this game is about the bungee jumping scene. Look at this. It looks like he's jumping without a rope. To make matters worse, the camera is all screwed up. He jumps. He jumps again, from a different angle. What the heck? Is this some new funky directing style or what?
Oh my god.
Okay, enough of Bond.
Alright, what's next? Final Doom. Alright, I remember this one. Final Doom. It is called Instant Replay, you jerk! Alright. Final Doom.
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up and spits you out. Like any Doom game, Final Doom is invincible, indestructible, impossible, impenetrable. We're going to try to be clever for the rest of this review. Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying.
Don't have a cow.
Final Doom is just more of the same old Doom shoot-'em-up action that has spawned countless clones in the video game industry.
Yeah, I can see this being a
Doom
PS1 game.
enemies that inhabited all the other Doom games of this Doom series are also in this Doom game. Doom it, we're sick of all these Doom bloody games with more Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would otherwise hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom groans of the dead demons and the people you must shoot in the game. Doom it. These games make you Doom crazy, especially since they're so Doom hard. Normally, challenge is good, but not in this Doom game.
Oh my god.
Hardcore Doomers will be in Doom Nirvana.
Hardcore
The game's
Doomers.
actually 3 games
Hardcore
in one. Master
Doomers.
levels
Okay.
From the Internet, Plutonia, and TNT. All are extremely difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that gives you
I wanna
all of the
doom you
game's
all.
weapons.
Oh my
But
god,
even
no.
with that little gem, you will fail miserably. Don't worry, we're not going to doom Williams, but let's just say it's time to put this series to rest. Of course, we may end up eating crow once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance.
Oh my god.
If you think that all these Dooms are bad, wait till you find out what BFG stands for. The BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in the game. If Williams sees this segment, they will either A, laugh at all the Dooms, B, put us on their to-doom list, C, doom us to Hades, or D, not do one Doom thing.
I'm pretty sure the answer to that question is D. Soul Blade. Hey, Derek. Soul Blade. That's basically the PlayStation 1 version of the arcade game Soul Edge.
The opening sequence of Namco's Soul Blade is breathtaking. So breathtaking, in fact, that we're going to show you the whole thing in just a minute. Right now, let's run through the good and bad points of Soul Blade. First, the bad. The control's responsiveness seems
Mitsurugi versus
at least to
Voldo.
novice players. Even with the easiest difficulty setting, players will get frustrated when they try to perform rotational moves.
Like, they couldn't call it Soul Edge on PS1 outside of Japan because some asshole called it, some asshole trademarked the term Edge for video games.
The sword swinging element,
which resulted in them calling it Soul Blade.
But this game
and then they called it Soul Calibur for every other game after that.
The character endings are by far the worst part of the game. The animation is awful. Look at the waving grass here.
I don't remember his name.
Also, it was very disappointing to see the endings done in polygons rather than CG rendered.
It wasn't Edge Magazine.
Bummer.
Because that's based in Europe.
To add replay value, Namco has wisely added a secondary objective in which you must span the globe, fighting different characters for their swords, which you can then take into battle. It's like the Mega Man approach to street fighting. That may be stretching
the Mega Man approach to street fighting.
Stretching it to say that Soul Blade is one of
but this is a weapon-based fighter.
Games. The control gets a C, gameplay gets a B,
C.
and challenge gets an A. Now, here's that Ab Fab intro.
Ab Fab.
Transcending history and the world.
Here we go.
A tale of soul.
Yes, Soul Calibur came after this. The theme song rocks, though. If only I had Maximilian's emotes. Because this theme is the intro to his streams on Twitch. What is the oldest slang? But yeah, I played Soul Edge or Soul Blade. This game is really good, but Soul Calibur 1 or 2 like completely trounced this game. If it wasn't for the trademark issue, the series would have just been Soul Edge all the way through, rather than like jumping to Soul Calibur. But some of the characters do appear in this, like Mitsurugi, Siegfried, Voldo, Cervantes, Sofia. I forgot which one was it that Killick debuted. I know Yoshimitsu was in the first Soul Calibur. But yeah, this game is awesome. But it ran on the same engine as Tekken 2. Soul Blade. All right, what's next? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's Chrono Trigger time.
The RPG of the year is Chrono Trigger. The game has been hyped a lot by the gaming magazines, even months before its release. The game deserves the attention, especially since it may be the best RPG ever made. Combining
some of the ridiculous
of Final
takes.
Fantasy III and the Secret of Mana,
I'm only watching for the ridiculous takes
this Christmas. What makes the game
these videos
unique
have
is the time travel element and the multiple endings. Just like Back to the Future, you can alter the future, and thus the ending, by traveling to the past. Your name
Back
is
to the
Chrono,
Future.
And the game begins with Mom waking you up. This is appropriate since many kids need bombs to get themselves out of bed in the morning. In fact, some of us still do. Once you're able to roll out of bed, go downstairs and say good morning to your cat.
No.
If you listen carefully, you can hear its meow. Make sure you talk to Mom at least twice before you leave the house.
Yeah, he said bomb instead of mom.
Gold coins to spend at the Millennium Fair. Head directly to the fair,
he
which
just
is
said mom now, but
north of town.
before.
Keep going straight up until you run into Marl. Marl is new to the area and doesn't know her way around town. In all the chaos of the collision,
oh yeah, the
she loses her
festival.
pendant. Look for it in the upper right of the screen, and when you
Or
find
Carnival.
it, be sure to return it to her. Marl is ecstatic that she hasn't lost her pendant, and now she wants to follow you around so she can become familiar with the area. It's time to go exploring.
You still need to play
so
Chrono
be sure
Trigger?
to visit all of the houses and
Well,
talk to all of
if
the people
Square could
to get advice.
actually bring
In one house,
Chrono
you'll
Trigger
find a
to modern
mysterious black
consoles, that would be
box won't
nice.
open until later in the game. Weird. When you're done gathering information, head northwest and enter Guardia Forest.
You mean
This small
FF7
forest
remake?
is home to many strange creatures. You don't have to battle them, but you should if you want to gain experience points, raise your levels, and learn spells. Marl's help in these battles is invaluable, and with her, you can perform what's called a double technique. One of these double techniques is an
I
aura
would enjoy
which
that
fully replenishes
because
the
I
hit
feel like
points of both
Chrono
and
People
Marl.
say that this should get
The characters in this game
HD2D.
also have their own
I
single
don't think
techniques. Chrono's technique
HD2D
is
Chrono
called
Trigger would
Cyclone,
do
which
justice.
enables him to spin like a cyclone to give his enemies multiple hits in a quick amount of time. Marl, on the other hand, has the aura technique at her disposal. While the aura whirl heals both party members, the singular form of aura heals just one person. You will learn more techniques as you gain experience. Search to the east of the forest under a tree to find a hidden power capsule, and then head north to Guardia Castle. Don't expect to stay there. The guards won't let you in, and after they yell at you, you won't want to go in. Marl wants to head back to the fair, so take her advice and do just that. When you arrive, try playing all of the games. All fairs, including this one, have ring the bell games. Push A to begin the game, and when Chrono runs all the way back, press A again to run forward and slam the hammer down to ring the bell.
Okay, yeah, that's what you gotta do.
The next game you should play is the race game. When all 4 participants line up to get ready, talk to the man behind the fence to find out who the winner will be, and then make your bet with
I
the
actually
guy
do
in the
not
tent.
like that one, by the
Now is
way.
when the game really picks up.
Now, this
There's a
was
singing
cool.
robot. Yes, a singing robot who invites you to a duel. If you win, you get 15 silver pieces and a song from the robot. This robot is hysterical. He even has a microphone. For another laugh, you can get some food and then listen to Marl call you a pig. The next event, however, is not funny. Luca and her father are demonstrating their time warps. After you try it, Marl wants to do the same.
Yeah, that's where the
Unfortunately,
story really
her pendant
begins.
opens up a door to another era, and she is sucked in. And so the adventure begins. Being the dashing hero that you are, you decide to use the pendant that was left behind to trigger the door again and follow Marl to another time. You travel through some sort of vacuum with purple and blue colors, and when you make it to the other side, you'll find yourself in some sort of parallel world. Everything looks very similar to your
just been
hometown in
fine
the Kingdom of Guardia, but where's Marl?
with
The only way to find
the
out is
fixed
to play
Steam
Chrono Trigger
release
for yourself.
ported
Chrono
to
Trigger is
Switch
an excellent game.
and PlayStation
The graphics have never been better
and
for
Xbox.
an RPG, and the challenge level is high, making it a must-buy. We've shown you just the tip of the iceberg, so don't hesitate and see all the rest for yourself.
I know this part. I know exactly what this part was. But out of context, no one knows for sure where this takes place. I'm not saying anything. Like, if anyone knows, they know. That's all I'll say. But I will say this, though. It's just so hard to separate, like, a lot of Akira Toriyama's art style when you look at, like, all the games and other works he's done. And the only thing that's going to be in your mind is fucking Dragon Ball Z. You think it's actually, like, some people will say, oh, it's easy to separate it. No, it's fucking not. It's not. Like, when every time I look at Dragon Quest or this, like, characters just look like characters from Dragon Ball Z. Like fucking, like fucking Magus looks like a merger of the Supreme Kai and Android 17. There was another anime or rather manga Toriyama did before Dragon Ball, Dr. Slump. But I think, but Dragon Ball's more well known outside of Japan. Hey, Noble Boy.
Chrono Trigger's multiple endings feature is a nice concept, but most endings share key plot points. It's not worth your time to play through the game a second time just to see a couple of minor variations. Beating Lavos once is tiring enough. Do yourself a favor and call it quits after your first Supreme victory. Speaking of calling it quits, this will be the last time we will cover Chrono Trigger on the show. As a final tribute to this epic adventure, here's a collection of some of the game's most memorable scenes.
Get ready to rock. I'm gonna lower it a little bit though. There we go. And now they're showing off the intro. Oh, never mind. It's not the intro. Well, actually, no, it is. I thought that he was just making his own version of the intro where it's just like a mishmash of scenes, but no, this is the intro. Never mind, it is. Or it could be his own version. Either way, it fits. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, he's just mixing everything. Like, at first you would think it's one would think this is an intro at first, just because they're playing the intro theme and the way they're doing the scenes and shit. It kind of works. But this game is one of the greatest games ever. It could very well be the best Super Nintendo game. Like, this game earned that right. I will say that. I'm kind of curious as to what other reviews we'll see. We could see that Toy Story review. Or we can see the Bloody Roar 2 review. We'll see. Yeah.
Did you know that Squaresoft's Chrono Trigger borrows some occasional names from characters in Final Fantasy III? For example, in the fair at the beginning of the game, there's a game that you can play where 3 soldiers walk around and you have to guess which one is which. 2 of the soldiers are named Wedge and Vix. You might recognize these names from the opening scene in Final Fantasy III, where Wedge and Vix are escorting Terra to the town of Narsh. You don't believe us? Well, here's the clip to prove it.
Oh, God. And now we just cut back to Final Fantasy VI. And back to Chrono Trigger. And they disappear, we hardly knew them. Yep. Okay, so this is a still shot. Is this supposed... Is he building up to something, or is this where the video ends? Like, it probably might be when the review ends. If you could even call this a review. Even back when I was a kid, this game was still expensive. It was always expensive on Super Nintendo. I would still love to have a car anyway. Huh? Huh? He just cut to like where the top of the cave. What? What was that about? What the fuck was that about? Like you just let the scene going. Are you just trying to fill time? What the hell? There's a glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. Okay. So stupid. Okay. There we go. The video's over. Oh my god. Quest 64. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
THQ enters the Video Game World Book of Records for having the highest battle frequency rate in history. Quest 64 is the first role-playing game for the software-deprived N64. Let's get straight to the point. This game is best for
I smoke but never inhale. Hey, Maverick.
Before being able to play the biggies like Final Fantasy III. If you look at it that way, Quest 64 is decent enough. Here are the ratings. The game's magic revolves around the 4 elements: fire, earth, wind, and water. Yet magic is not crucial to the gameplay. Most battles can be avoided by trying to step out of the force field circle. Each round of battle places the ring around you so that you're in the center. If you keep moving toward the outer edge, you can escape when the ring overlaps with the other boundary. While the game has a variety of settings and colorful graphics, the game develops too slow, and the camera angles are some of the worst ever. We're not exaggerating when we say that you play half the game not seeing what's in front of you. That right there is enough to tell us to stop.
They need to put this game to NSO.
Wait for Zelda.
They need to put this game on NSO. I'll play it if they do it. And then the music just stops. What's next? Star Gladiator. Oh. Capcom's first 3D fighting game. And this was for the PlayStation. Did you know this was originally going to be a Star Wars fighting game that Capcom tried to get the license for?
Disappointing release of Capcom's Street Fighter Alpha 2. We weren't expecting much from Star Gladiator, but
get the fuck out of here! Did you just say disappointing release of Street Fighter Alpha 2?
It establishes
get the fuck out of here!
And showcases
bullshit.
The outstanding graphics. Although futuristic settings are often
Street Fighter Alpha 2 is incredible. One of the greatest fighting games.
With an obvious but welcome imitation.
I played this one. I streamed this one when I did the PS1 fighting games night.
Hayato wields what is undeniably
this one is okay at best, but its sequel is much better, like the one on Dreamcast.
Like that of Darth Vader. Other quasi-similarities are Gene, who may represent
LucasArts passed up this game to make a worse Star Wars fighting game. To make a worse fighting game, Star Wars Masters of Terras Kasi.
And Saturn, a taller, greener, younger Yoda.
Georgie must have lost on the first round of Street Fighter. He sure did.
But nevertheless, the similarities do exist. Incidentally, the only other characters in the game are Rimgal and Zelkin. Rimgal is practically a raptor from the movie Jurassic Park, and Zelkin is a majestic bird with a wingspan that packs.
Oh my god.
The graphics are rich and detailed, from the characters and their animation to the camera movement and backgrounds. Fighting with the lightsaber feels amazingly real and adds a whole new dimension to street fighting. Now,
like, I see what Capcom was trying to do with this game.
Another plus is that the game design is set up to
They really wanted to make Star Wars fighting games.
You had to wait for the continue screen to load before you could
But they just didn't get the license.
Continue. In Star Gladiator, if you die, press start and you'll immediately enroll yourself in another try at the battle arena. By the way, you can even fall off the edge of the battle.
Yeah, Plasma Sword is a better game.
Cool. We would go as
oh yeah, this had ring outs. One of the few Capcom fighting games to have ring outs.
In fact, it is our favorite, but there's just
maybe the only one.
The challenge. With only regular moves and no combos, a novice player can beat the game on the highest difficulty level. Street fighting games are notorious for ridiculous challenge on high difficulty levels, and the fact that
it's just fighting games, not street fighting.
Regardless of your selected character or difficulty level, makes this flaw a little harder to ignore.
Oh my God.
That ending. When we saw it, we said, "What ending?" No fancy 3D graphics, just boring text that scrolls against a space backdrop, and a simple space backdrop at that. Was this a rush job or what? How can such a great game end on such a mediocre note? Star Gladiator is an excellent showcase of the PlayStation's graphics power, and the play control and fun are top-notch. But the beat it in 10 minutes challenge level is a shocking disappointment to an otherwise buyable game. Too bad the first street fighting game that actually gets a good review on our show is, ironically, too easy to buy.
Wow. But I wonder if Sony wanted Capcom to make a arcade 3D fighting game to bring to PlayStation. Because Sony really wanted 3D.
Star Gladiator.
I hope that there's a Rival Schools review. Yep, that's true. City of Lost Children ending. I don't know what this game is. I know Namco had a similar arcade board that they used for Tekken.
Map very good, but how we find our way in the mist?
There were two actually. Namco System 11 and Namco System 12. What the fuck is this game? I've never heard of this one. Wow, what a spoiler. I don't even know what's going on here. They're just rowing a boat. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. What the fuck is with this game? What the fuck is going on? What's that? Clearly they win at the end. I've been spoiled. What the fuck? Okay, so now what? Narrator, care to explain? I would like an explanation too. I would also like one. Huh? What's going on here?
What on earth's been happening?
Niet, you found us. The diver has killed Crank. He's a crazy scientist. Crank was one of his creations. Now he's going to blow up the oil rig. You must save the children, Niet. Get them to the boat. One is waiting for you. If the diver and Crank are finished, you and the children can be safe. But if the oil rig explodes and you're still here...
It kind of does. It kind of does. Like, save the children. But I'm assuming this is supposed to be like...
Hurry!
if it was a point-and-click adventure, but in 3D. I don't know. What platform was this on? Was it a PC game back then, or was this a PlayStation? Because I don't know. I don't know this game. Let me actually look this up. I've never heard of this game before. It's based off a movie and a book. The City of Lost Children. This was on PC through MS-DOS and PlayStation. Psygnosis. Oh, I know that developer. That's owned by Sony. Or were owned by Sony. I've seen most of the videos are short, but there are some long videos up to 20 minutes or less. Oh, here we go. Super Mario 64. Let's go. Alright. The volume is a bit inconsistent, so this one I'm going to turn this one up a little bit.
Okay, you've just spent over $200 on the Nintendo 64 and the new Mario game. You pop it in, stretch Mario's face just for fun, then listen to Princess Toadstool invite you to the castle and watch the Lakitu Cloud fly around with his camera. You arrive via tube. Remember, you're a plumber. It's your first time in this brand new world, and what a world it is. You can climb trees and do huge flips out of them. You can head towards the waterfall and listen as it gets louder and louder. You can jump over the fence and swim around in the moat. Just try not to get caught up in the force of the waterfall. In Super Mario 64, you can do just about anything. It is, in fact, like jumping into the movie Toy Story. But don't get all psyched up about traveling to infinity and beyond just yet. Although the gameplay and graphics are very cinematic, the basic setup and plot of the game is no big surprise.
Why would you even put that there?
Playing the game, it starts to get old.
Here's the ending of Super Mario 64.
The game is way too short. Only 15 main levels. Most players will beat the game in less than 2 weeks, unless they plan on getting all 120 stars to gain
It's not that short.
That little
it's not short.
Is extremely difficult. Stars are hidden everywhere. Some of them are practically impossible to find on your own, like the one in Stage 2 that can only be uncovered by blasting out of a cannon
2 weeks if I was young, yeah.
Of a wall. There's another one in the Hazy Maze level that's out of sight above your head. But
2 weeks isn't even short.
Near the Boulder Hall, you'll discover it in no time. The game would be better if we were treated with plot developments and cinema scenes just like the kind we get at the end of the game. Incidentally, Mario 64 has the best ending ceremony of any game in history. It's just outstanding. The super graphics, camera movement, and real voices make Mario 64 more than worthy of your time. Don't get us wrong. There are 64 other reasons for you to buy this game, but we just wanted to get the negatives out of the way first. Now here's what's great about the game. First of all, the gameplay is truly 3D, and once you get used to switching the camera angles, you can use them to your advantage. Mario 64 was developed using Silicon Graphics computers. The same computers that brought you the special effects in Jurassic Park, Twister, Independence Day, and of course, Toy Story. The significance of this is that video games are becoming so advanced
Silicon Graphics computers
starting to gain Hollywood's attention. Although we've harped on a few of Mario's shortcomings, please be aware that this is only because of the enormously high expectations that have accompanied the game and the development of Nintendo 64 for years. The game does get fun again after you beat it, and then focus on finding 120 stars. Since you're familiar with all of the courses by then, the game is a little less frustrating. For the premier title of this system, Super Mario 64 is a breakthrough in graphics and play control. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. One last thing we should mention is prices. Nintendo 64 games will be, on average, $10 to $15 more expensive than Super Nintendo games. This means that most games may cost around $70, compared to an average of $50 for first-generation gaming systems. Although we believe that Nintendo will definitely beat its current rivals when all is said and done, well-established and emerging systems like Sony PlayStation could surprise us all. That's how things look right now. But as the Nintendo 64 grows,
Sony destroyed both Nintendo and Sega that generation. They creamed them.
We all want the best
it's Cash Panuka.
We all want games that give Hollywood a run for its money. But how much are you
No,
willing
we
to pay for
don't.
these great software titles?
No, we
Maybe,
fucking don't.
As video games become more mainstream, companies will be able to afford to lower their software prices in an effort to attract even more buyers.
Dude,
now that's
the opposite happened. The opposite fucking happened. Oh. Oh. I know what we're watching now. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I gotta lower it a little bit. It's the fucking ending to Mega Man 8. Oh my god. Same old Wily. But Mega Man was unconscious. How the hell he even got out of there in the first place? It's Duo. And I don't know exactly what that guy was smoking, Maverick. I really don't know.
This is not good.
He's just letting the end to go through.
The evil energy. He will die soon.
I wonder if the guy that voiced Duo in 8 voiced Zero in X4. Kind of sounds a bit like him. It does sound like him.
If your mind is not completely taken by the evil, you'll be saved.
They were just people taken from the street. Just to voice act. Because Capcom just wanted English-speaking actors.
I can see into your mind.
But apparently the voice dialogue was supposedly recorded in 1994, which means that they've actually had this one planned for years. I don't know how true that is, but that was according to the voice actress from Mega Man for this game in X4. That apparently they recorded this in X4 dialogues as early as 1994. Yeah, Ruth Jarman. She originally went by Ruth Shirashi, but I believe
so hard for justice.
That was when she was married. I'm not sure.
With your help, this planet will survive.
Well, okay. All right.
What happened, Mega Man?
I beat this game before, by the way.
He will regain consciousness soon. My job is done. I must go. I'll leave Mega Man up to you. But there's one more thing. I have a favor to ask.
Wake up! Wake up, Mega Man!
Uh-oh.
Roll! Mega Man, you're okay! Am I alive?
Yes, you are. Duo saved you.
Dr. Fudd.
Duo.
Yep. That's a good question.
Duo is gone.
Proto Man.
Mega Man, I have a message to give you from Duo.
From
They
Duo?
should.
What is it?
He said, thank you.
That's all it was. Thank you.
Duo? too.
I would love, like, Mega Man to go back to an anime art style. Both the classic series and the X series. Thank you for playing. Presented by Capcom. They just skipped the credits. Yeah. Wild Arms Ending Part 1. Oh, we're skipping that. You know what? Tomba. I think I'm going to just skip endings for now. You know, I never finished this game.
A pink-haired.
I've rented this from Blockbuster, but never finished it.
Game which bears his name, Toomba. This cave
Toomba.
makes Joe and Mac look like Wall Street execs.
This is nothing like Joe and Mac.
His foes. We have nothing against biting, unless your first name is Monica. But come on, biting your enemies? Give us a break. Perhaps we wouldn't be annoyed at the biting if performing that act were easier to control. Toomba sort of drifts in midair when you jump and bite, causing you to miss easy targets. The control is just downright sloppy, though you will get used to it. At least the game has some neat RPG elements going for it. You can save items for later use. Heck, you can even save a tornado as an item, then use it to clear away the fog.
Oh,
One of
yeah.
its best features is the short and to-the-point levels in varied environments. Why is this good? Because you never get sick of one setting. And even though the levels are short, there are tons of them. Toomba is quite long. Also fine is the incorporation of plot into the gameplay. The full-motion video scenes are used to great effect. Still, Toomba is an average game. Unless you can't resist pink hair, you might want to pass.
I don't think it's anywhere near that bad. I want to play that game and all the way through. Bloody Roar 2. Oh, I've seen this one. I've seen this one before. All right, let's watch it.
Not to be confused with Marvel vs. Capcom for Dreamcast, Capcom has also released Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter for the PlayStation. It's quite a chore staying on top of all these titles. Remember X-Men vs. Street Fighter? Anyway, the highlights
But this isn't Bloody Roar 2.
which pits one pair of superheroes against a clone of the same pair. Yes, true tag team action.
This is Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter.
The highlights are, of course, the dumb endings and seemingly slow controls. Many of the same problems plague Bloody Roar 2.
Here's Bloody Roar 2.
We'll just move on to Mortal Kombat 4. All you need to know here is that each character has 3 and only 3 special moves. The controls are at least decent. So
what the fuck, dude? You just skipped Bloody Roar 2 just to go to... and then it just ends. Doom 64 ending? We're not watching that. Devil Dice. Alright, let's see this one. What are you doing here?
The devil to explain, so we'll let the game itself do the talking.
The rules. Devil Dice is an action puzzle dice game. Use the directional buttons to move the characters around. Make the dice move.
Oh, what are we doing here? Yeah.
While the characters are standing on top of the dice. By moving the dice horizontally or vertically, align dice with the same numbers. The dice vanish when the same number as the number on the dice or more have been connected. For example, if the dice show...
Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I could try this game out sometime.
The number on the face of the die multiplied by the number of dice is added to the player's score. These are the basic rules of the game. Let's try now for 5s. Move the dice around until 5 5s are aligned. The 5 dice vanish, and 5 times 5, or a total of 25 points, is added to the player's score. Once the dice have been aligned, they vanish into the ground, like so. Dice which have only partially disappeared can still be used to connect with other dice. The player can continue adding more dice to those which have not completely vanished. The value of those dice are also added to the total score. This is the chain rule, one of the most important rules of the game.
The bottom line, Devil Dice is fun, but not worth $40.
What an amazing review, George. Gorge. Next. Akuji the Heartless. I don't think I've actually heard about that one. That was it. That was it.
The same can be said for Akuji the Heartless, an IDOS game that combines the level opening structure of Crash Bandicoot with the gameplay of Tomb Raider. Well, sort of. The logically organized controls are a blessing, and more than anything else, the game is actually fun. With colorful graphics, nice rain effects, and a large variety of landscapes and settings, Akuji is an appealing package that may surprise you.
And what? And what? Somebody needs to hire him to become a car. Somebody needs to hire this man to become a car salesman. Final Fight 3 for Super Nintendo. Okay. Okay.
On one of our last shows, we showed you a sneak peek at the ending to Final Fight 3 by Capcom. The game is not that hot, and neither is the ending, but we thought you might want to see it anyway. So here it is.
No, we're
Mexico
not.
City is saved.
We're not watching the ending. Missed.
Now, here's an infuriating game. Myst is a top-selling PC game, now available from Psygnosis on the Sony PlayStation. No other game best represents the sluggishness of CDs. Even when you have the fast transition option selected from the menu screen,
I know Sony swears by this game.
as well as a snail. Myst is definitely a classic, though, and we see why. As we show you around the main island, notice the quality of detail in the graphics and the non-uniformity of trees and whatnot. Myst combines a surreal, what we call Gaia theme, and a scientific mysteriousness that both intrigues and perplexes. Oh,
same here.
Let's get back to the infuriating qualities. I almost forgot. We tried. We really tried. But even with a hint book, the game is invincible. There's one key problem area very early in the game, and we never passed it. The problem is in the spaceship, where you must enter a musical sequence to a tuner. The musical sequence is found in a book in the library.
Is that
and
a
there's
spaceship?
even a harpsichord in the spaceship, so you can play the notes, hear them, remember them, and enter them correctly in the tuner. Well,
that doesn't
good
look like a
luck
spaceship to
entering
me.
them. Even entering one note at a time won't work for us. We know other players who got stuck here too, but they only played the game briefly. This is absolutely ridiculous, because even though you know the solution, you can't execute it. Another gripe. Myst has no password feature, so memory cards are a must. One thing that isn't a must, however, is Myst itself. Sorry guys, but I've had enough of being mystified. And if I have to put up with one more groaning noise from the PlayStation as it very slowly switches screens, I'll freak out.
Whatever you say, my dude. Whatever you say. What's next? Resident Evil Director's Cut. But is this the one with the... Is this the one with the bad soundtrack? Or is it... Okay, we'll see.
The last October game is Resident Evil Director's Cut. Basically, this game is a more gory version
No,
of
this
the
is
original.
the same as
More
the
true to
original.
the Japanese release. Will we show you all those gory scenes
Yeah,
in our
DualShock
show?
Edition.
You bet. We plan on showing every sick and disgusting severed head we can find. Well, maybe not that far. We'd have to do a 20-minute segment showing nothing but severed heads. I think we'll pass, as disappointing as that may be.
Resident Evil 2 demo.
But we'll definitely show you the new intro.
That's
the rest
the
of the games from Capcom may be released anywhere from December to March.
It just ends. It just ends. It just ends. Mega Man Neo. Mega Man, for the record, Mega Man Neo is actually the name, the working title for Mega Man Legends.
As if answering the call for a 3D Mega Man, Capcom will release Mega Man Neo, a game that hasn't got much attention, but
Previews
looks
for the
deserving of
reviews.
plenty. This title should be a refreshing change in the style for Mega Man. Obviously, this game will be more exciting than Mega Man X4, but X4 should still be released.
Some things look the same and some things look... Really? That's it? That's it? Oh, the next one's another short... Air Guys. God bless the ring. Okay.
Our last fighting game of the day is Guys, featuring characters from the Final Fantasy series. Cloud and Tifa make an appearance in the fighting section of the game. Ironically, the fighting aspect of the game is negligible compared to the quest mode. However, Cloud and Tifa are absent from this section, as well as the mini-games. Yes, Guys has as many extras as it does incorrect pronunciations. The quest mode is the only selling point in the game. For more info, visit our website at flightsoffantasy.com.
Which I don't think exists. I don't think it exists anymore. "20-year game music mashup"? No, we're skipping that. Formula 1 racing.
Psygnosis offers much the same experience with Formula 1 racing. In fact, the games are so similar that once again we question why this genre is so popular. We have yet to see any tracks that blow us out of our chairs. No huge loops, no gigantic ramp launches, no driving through waterfalls, nothing imaginative.
What?
These games are supposed to be fun first and simulation second. Where's the creativity? Why not have a game where you have to find and drive to the hospital before your wife delivers her baby? Now that would be fun. Rather than compete against other racers, you'd have to avoid getting arrested by keeping below the speed limit, obeying the right-of-way laws, and not tailgating. Any foul up and the cops will pull you over. The best part is that you don't know how to get to your location. You have to read the road signs and hope you explore in the right direction. Anyway, Formula 1 has nice colorful graphics and a large number of tracks, 17 to be exact, but it's still a jar, folks. A jar all the way.
I don't understand that one. Next. Darkstalkers 3, or Vampire Savior. Okay, let's see what he says about this game.
Capcom is the undisputed king of fighting games. Its latest title in the genre, Darkstalkers 3, is one more addition to an already flooded market. For fighting fans, though, you can't have too much of a good thing. Darkstalkers 3 can generally be characterized as just that, a good thing. Not great, just good. It's an average game. The creative characters, complete with wild animations, are set against highly detailed backgrounds. This game is far more visually appealing than Rival Schools, and we prefer Darkstalkers' vastly different character appearances.
This game and Rival Schools are both really good.
Much to Street Fighter 2, as do most fighting games, yet the game retains its
They're not the same type of fighting game.
Darkstalkers 3 features 18 selectable characters, with 14 old friends from Darkstalkers and Night Warriors. The 4 new characters are in keeping with the tradition of Street Fighter, which also introduced only about 4 new players per sequel. At a modest price of only 40 smackers, Darkstalkers 3 is a steal for those inclined.
Oh, it was 40. True.
Rival Schools. If you want the best characters, pick Darkstalkers 3. If you want both, get both. Just be careful not to break the bank.
Just be careful not to break the bank? I mean, if this game was $40, that wasn't a bad price back in 1998 when it came out on the PlayStation. Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter. Okay.
Not to be confused with Marvel vs. Capcom.
Which
Capcom has
they kept this part in the Bloody Roar video.
PlayStation. It's quite a chore staying on top of all these titles. Remember X-Men vs. Street Fighter? Anyway, the highlights of this game are the optional one-touch combos and the crossover mode.
Psycho Crusher!
Against a clone of the same pair. Yes, true tag team action. The lowlights are, of course, the dumb endings and seemingly slow controls.
Wait till you see what's after this. Okay, here we go. Oh shit, it's Diddy Kong Racing. Oh shit.
What are the ingredients for the ultimate racing game? Take a car, airplane, and hovercraft and stir vigorously with Super Mario 64 style graphics. Fold in a world-famous video game character named Diddy Kong.
Oh look, it's Banjo and Conquer.
Sprinkle in the overly sensational marketing term real-time dynamic animation. And finally, shake generously with a good old rumble pack. Oh, and one more thing. Top it off with a blue, clue-dispensing elephant genie who hails from India. Nintendo serves a large helping of juicy video game goodness to N64 fans with Diddy Kong Racing.
Well, it's a really good game.
The game features Rare's new exclusive real-time dynamic animation, which leverages the system's power by creating nice lighting effects and noticeably smoother, rounder, more realistic, and dynamically animated characters. The 8 licensed drivers in the game feature soft skinning, the process of taking a texture map and wrapping it around a polygon, instead of just painting a picture.
This game still needs to be on NSO.
Diddy Kong Racing is a graphical feast. No
I want to stream this
but the gameplay is very
on
similar
an NSO
to Mario Kart
multiplayer
64,
night.
with one exception, the one-player adventure mode. This feature has been way overhyped as explorative.
Way
The only real
overhyped.
Exploration takes place in just 2 places. 1, the overworld, which you can traverse in a few minutes. And 2, the rare times when you will swerve off the racetrack to get a key or other item, which
Isn't that supposed to be the point?
View. This can hardly be called exploring. The game's objective is for players to get first place in each race. Each race takes place on a different course. The game lets you pick from several races at a time, so you never get stuck in one area. Diddy Kong Racing basically has 3 things going for it. 1, the bosses are totally cool. It will take several tries to topple the first boss, a gigantic Stegosaurus. 2, the challenge is high, with both the bosses and the entire game overall. Even easier tracks will require a little luck to finish first.
Do I need to say anything?
Number 3 is the 2 to 4 player mode. This mode is awesome because players spend more time setting up a sting where one person bombs another person just as he or she turns a corner than racing. Yes, each vehicle can be equipped with weapons. The game is all the better as a result. These 3 points compensate for the game's fairly short length, ultimately passing with a moderately enthusiastic thumbs up.
Moderately enthusiastic thumbs up. Oh my god. And also, this game is actually better than Mario Kart 64. Killer Instinct Gold. Let's go. We're getting banger after banger here.
Yippee-ki-yay, another Street Fighter game.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Killer Instinct Gold, while noteworthy from a programmer's perspective, comes across as just plain blah to us. The best part of the game is not even in the game. It's the handy cheat sheet that comes inside. No more keeping out the instruction booklet. As you can see, all the characters from Killer Instinct 2 for the arcade are here in this home version. Each character has enough moves, combos, linkers, special attacks, finishers, and God knows what else to kill somebody. Literally. KI Gold is rated T for teens, and rightly so. Remember our report on video game violence? Too bad we didn't have some footage of this little baby. The 3D graphic realism of KI makes the violence that much more noticeable. Just look at how Tusk just whacks this person to death with his sword. Ouch. Isn't it interesting that even Nintendo, who once had a policy against this stuff, got lured into the street fighting genre because of the pot at the end of the bloodstream? We're not advocating censorship or even commenting on whether or not the game is wrong, but it just makes us wonder why people actually spend $80 to beat a bunch of sprites into the ground when they can do it for free on a real live human being. Okay, turn off the tisk-tisk mechanism in your brain. It was a joke, a bad one. Nintendo's press releases make KI Gold sound like
that's worse than a bad joke.
Yet, as with sports games, the real revolution involves only the amount of options, which are added as you beat various difficulty levels. The press releases also talk about KI's 6 modes of play, although we count 7. Arcade, team, team elimination, tournament, practice, training, and focus training. The arcade mode is the only mode that will net you an ending. A mini ending first appears in the normal difficulty mode. A complete ending is available on hard, extra hard, or master. The extra hard mode is exactly that. Thank goodness for unlimited continues. I don't know how we did it, but we beat the game on extra hard and got the ending for Spinal as well as access to the master level. We'll show you Spinal's ending in just a minute. KI seems to be a rush title.
We will
for the
not be
N64.
watching Spinal's ending.
The camera isn't utilized very well, except for an opening zoom shot at the beginning of each battle. The gameplay isn't 3D. It's practically no fun at all. The control, although more balanced and loose, is still more of a matter of luck. The game never once amazed us, although we did find two favorite characters, Spinal and Tusk. Both fighters have long swords that can be used at long range, so you needn't risk your life by getting too close to your opponent.
I don't even have a main in this game because my main in the first game died.
A very powerful lady whose spinning leg moves are fast.
I used Cinder in the first one, but he didn't come back here.
Now check out the ending for Spinal.
We're not checking out the ending for Spinal, for the record. Super Smash Bros. Yeah, we're skipping endings, so including fighting game endings.
Super Smash Brothers is not
unless it's a blip.
Instead, it's a collection of almost every Nintendo mascot known to man. Pikachu even makes an appearance as an experienced fighter, straight out of Pokemon training.
Of course.
All characters have the same commands for special moves, which utilize taps and tilts on the analog joystick. The game has two big problems. First, you have to reset.
Why did it get so much shorter? I have no idea.
You can't change direction in midair. These flaws are significant enough to detract from the
So
game's
a flaw is you have to reset to change your character. Okay. What's next? Ninja. And this was 36 seconds. Isn't Ninja a PS1 game?
Ninja Shadow of Darkness is another story. It's not bad, but it certainly isn't great. The play is not as monotonous as most other games of its type, but this is still a screen-scrolling fighting game. Today's gamers expect more.
Fighting game? That's an action-adventure game. This was 3 minutes. It's Mario Kart 64. Mario Kart 64 time.
Based on the classic multi-million selling Super NES game Super Mario Kart, the first Nintendo 64 game released by Nintendo in 1997 is Mario Kart 64. It combines the thrill of a racing game with signature Miyamoto gameplay. In this case, mystery items scattered in various parts of the track, which either help or hinder each racer. The game gives players a
I actually don't know how involved Miyamoto was in the kart games.
And maneuvers quickly around obstacles. Mario Kart 64 features a depth in graphics only available with Nintendo 64. Since racing games by their very
I think he
nature
was just a
move at blistering
supervisor for
speed,
the kart
the other
games.
video game systems can't produce the graphics fast enough, causing environments
my
to
God.
literally pop onto the screen in a most unrealistic fashion. The speed at which Nintendo 64 produces the graphics is an unbelievable 93.75 megahertz, compared to that of 33.9 megahertz for its closest competitor.
But yeah, Diddy
This is
Kart
a game
Racing
the
is still a
whole
better
family
game than
can
this.
play. Since Mario Kart 64 uses the 4 controller ports on the front of the system, it features split screen play for up to 4 players. The game also features more than 16 courses, a battle arena mode, and includes 8 characters from the world of Mario.
That's fair.
Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Yoshi, Donkey Kong, Wario, Bowser, battling each other in the wackiest racing game
And we
ever
were supposed
made.
to have comic.
Mario Kart 64 is fun to play, except when you're losing, but the challenge lasts for about a week. Only racing fanatics should pick it up.
Okay, I don't mind showing this one off though. You prefer CTRT and Mario Kart 64 also? I agree with that too. Like, this I don't mind showing off because it's just a ceremony. You win. What was the last Mario Kart game to have an actual ceremony where, like, the characters are celebrating? Was it Double Dash? Was it 7? Yeah, because 8 and 8 Deluxe didn't have it, and World doesn't have it either. I think DS might have had it as well. I don't remember if the Wii had it.
Congratulations!
Well, they did it with Yoshi. Oh, we had it? Okay, good. Like the cutscene. Like the cutscene, like where like you have the characters about to go on a pedestal, like first place, second place, third place.
Motor Tune Grand Prix tops
Oh,
Wipeout
Motor Tune
XL,
Grand Prix.
despite the cutesy
Oh
kids
shit,
theme.
this game.
The graphics are bright and vibrant.
The
fitting into
devs,
the
okay,
cartoony Who
the
Framed
devs who
Roger
made this
Rabbit-like
game
atmosphere. The opening
went on to
sequence
make
introduces you to
Gran
each of the
Turismo.
drivers. One scene will make you laugh unexpectedly.
This is from
The camera will
Polyphony,
catch Princess Jean in the shower. As a
but they
result,
went under a
Feisty Gal
different
will punch
company,
out the lens of the camera.
a different name
Isn't that
actually.
a hoot? Just as in Mario Kart, where you had to run over question mark blocks to get a random item, Motor Tune employs the same idea. Each time you run over a $sign icon, you earn a random item. Such items include
It's
a
funny
big
how
red
they went
boot
from
for jumping
this
ahead of the
to Gran
competition,
Turismo.
a fireball for blasting those ahead of you,
I tried this out
for halting all of the other
in a
racers
previous
while
retro
you
night
continue onward,
from a couple years
some
ago.
turbo gas, don't get the
It's
wrong
actually
idea,
a pretty
and
decent
Super
game.
Shield Star, and many more. Naturally, the game does have shortcomings. If you thought 6 levels for Wipeout XL was bad, then imagine how you'd feel to know
Wipeout
that
XL?
Motor Tune has a whopping 5, count them, 5 race courses. Again, put a
Wipeout
price
XL
on it,
isn't even
that's
the
over
same
10
type of
bucks
game
per
as
level.
this. That's a different
Think
racing
about
game.
how long one level in a racing game lasts. Is it worth 10 bucks? This is just one of the problems we've had with racing games
Also,
for years. So
this
if any
one is
game
actually
companies are
the
listening
second
out
in the
there,
series.
we'd be glad to
The
help
first
you
one
make
never
the
left
world's
Japan.
best racing game. Just give us a call. Now, for more harping. These complaints are minor, though. The courses are not complex enough. They're fun, but not very challenging. Admittedly, half of the challenge is taken away by selecting Bullbox, the best driver in the game. Each
So many
driver has
apples and oranges
individual
comparisons,
traits
yep.
that are revealed in the instruction manual. The ending for this game is also very short. The camera revolves around the winner's podium in a pastel
Yeah, it's just a
backdrop of
ceremony.
mountains and sky. Even the shell behind the #1 place winner is in pastel colors. Then you get a quick congratulations from some robot guy. Don't ask us who he is. It's not like it matters.
Why was that
His
stuttering, though?
congratulations don't matter much either. And that's it for the entire ending, at least on the easy mode. But we don't think the game has multiple endings, and to be quite honest with you, we didn't want to play through the game 50 times just to find out. When you beat the game on easy, 3 new vehicles will be available for you to drive. These vehicles are way cool, but they're not as big on the road as they look on the selection screen. We wondered one thing. The game looks so much like Who Framed Roger Rabbit that we wondered where Jessica Rabbit is.
Nowhere to be found. That's the answer. She's too busy hanging out with Roger. Spawn. Which one? There was a Super Nintendo Spawn back in the 90s, and there was a PlayStation one.
When you first play
PlayStation.
Spawn, you think, well, it's not great, but it's not that bad either. Then after the 3rd fight, you're thinking, this game is insulting. Insulting it is. It's so mundane and stupid that we can't believe any programmer thought this would actually challenge anyone. All you do is walk around, grab a few power-ups, and fight enemies in a battle mode similar to the way Final Fantasy stops the action for a battle. The control sucks. The challenge sucks. The gameplay sucks. And therefore, Spawn sucks. This game hurts the Spawn empire. It makes Spawn look stupid. Sony should be shot for this one, folks. And Spawn creator Todd McFarlane should have had a little more say in the game's production.
Did he say
Even if it
Tom
means handing over
McFarlane?
the reins
It's
to
Todd
someone who can
McFarlane.
actually play a game. Moving over to Fighting Force, Core recycles some sound effects from Tomb Raider 2 and ultimately creates a pretty bland fighting game.
All right. Next up. Wild Arms. Hints. Okay. Wild Arms is a series I want to get into.
We have two major hints for Wild Arms for you. Wild Arms is one of the best games of 1997, and many of its players will find that the challenge picks up quite a bit in the final third of the game. For a step-by-step guide to the entire game, check out the Wild Arms special in the Boost section of http://www.psxpower.com.
You were born?
Again, that's psxpower.com.
PSX Power.
Now, there are two hints we have to offer. First, a list of passwords that you will use throughout the game. They are Metal Bird, Demon Gate, Tempest, and Emiko. Again, they are Metal Bird, Demon Gate,
It's
Tempest,
just cheat
and
codes.
Emiko. The other hint is absolutely fabulous. If you have exactly one of a particular item, go into battle and do the following. Set the battle controls to manual. Use a heal berry from the item's inventory on the first command prompt. It doesn't matter who you give it to, just use it.
Get rich quick.
Then use another heal berry for the second command prompt. On the third command prompt, switch the heal berries with an item of which you have only one. Now sit back and watch your commands be executed. When the prompt comes back, notice that you will have 255 of the item of which you just had only one.
It's a
That's
get rich quick scheme.
254 free items. Our game player John Moffat came up with the brilliant idea to get 255 secret signs and sell 254 of them for lots of cash. Then go get another 254 and sell them again. Before you know it, you will have earned 9 million gala. Whoa, mama! Say it with me.
Oh my God.
Show me the money. And now it's time to show you the ending. No, not Wild Arms. Here's the City of Lost Children ending that we promised earlier.
So fucking dumb. Street Fighter Alpha 2. All right.
Capcom is in a fighting mood once again. Street Fighter Alpha 2 for the Sony PlayStation is the largest Street Fighter yet, with 18 fighters, over half of which are new to those whose last Street Fighter encounter was Super Street Fighter 2 on the Super NES. M. Bison is not the lead villain. Rather, the evil end boss in this game is Akuma. This guy looks like a cross between a ninja.
Everyone has their own end boss in Alpha 2.
He zips around all over the place, making him tough to corral and ultimately defeat. For those of you who saw the Street Fighter movie, you know that Guile's friend Charlie is turned into Blanka via Bison's genetic experiments. In Alpha 2, you get to play Charlie before his grotesque metamorphosis. He's a big guy.
That's not canon to the fucking schemes.
Fighters with powerful legs are generally the best fighters
That's
in the
not
game.
fucking canon.
Examples of such fighters are Dan, M. Bison, Ken, and of course Ryu. Other characters include Adon, who's like a cross between Robin Hood and a jaguar. Birdie, the wild beast type. Chun-Li, who in the movie seeks vengeance against Bison for killing her father. Jin, a sagely warrior in Hong Kong. Guy, a fighter who has also appeared in Capcom's Final Fight 3.
And Final Fight 1.
Who looks like a mercenary version of the Riddler. Rose, a magician street fighter. Sakura,
she's a medium.
high school girl on a mission. Sodom, a bulky robot freak. And Dalsum.
Sodom is not a fucking robot freak, idiot.
Like his movie counterpart. There are a number of ways to increase your odds in winning in Alpha 2. First of all, lower the difficulty level to 1 star and change the number of rounds to 1. Unlike earlier games in this series, you can still see an ending ceremony even at the lowest difficulty setting. With these optimizations, you can basically kick your way through the game without bothering to learn all the combos. Combos are executed by pressing 2 kick buttons simultaneously, plus any punch button.
God.
An example is pressing X and R1, then pressing the square button. If you've ever been knocked senseless in battle with stars circling your head, press various attack buttons like crazy, and tap the control pad left and right several times. To prevent enemy attacks, press the control pad in the opposite direction of your challenger.
Oh my God.
On the other hand, if you want to taunt your enemy, press the select button. You can only do this once per round though. Persistent players will see all the endings within a few days. These ending scenes, however, are not full screen like the opening montage, and the animation is nowhere near as fast, fluent, or active. The scenes aren't any more advanced than one in a Super Nintendo game. There aren't any special effects that really dazzle you. On the whole, Street Fighter Alpha 2 is an improvement over previous titles in the series, but it's high time Capcom released a completely fresh Street Fighter 3 with movie-quality cinema scenes.
Ooh, I don't know if anyone should like. Oh my god! If anyone told them back in 1997, an extended version of Super Mario 64. Okay, let's see it. If he shows off the ending, we're just gonna skip the ending.
Okay, you've just spent over $200.
An extended version of Mario 64. Let's go.
Mario game. You pop it in, stretch Mario's face just for fun, then listen to Princess Toadstool invite you to the castle and watch the Lakitu Cloud fly around with his camera. You arrive via tube. Remember, you're a plumber. It's your first time in this brand new world, and what a world it is. You can climb trees and do huge flips out of them. You can head towards the waterfall and listen as it gets louder and louder. You can jump over the fence and swim around in the moat. Just try not to get caught up in the force of the waterfall. In Super Mario 64, you can do just about anything.
Yep.
It is, in fact, like jumping into the movie Toy Story. But
Oh, here we go again with this shit.
To infinity and beyond just yet. Although the gameplay and graphics are very cinematic, the basic setup and plot of the game is no big surprise. After a few days of playing the game, it starts to get old. The game is way too short, only 15 main levels. Most players will beat the game in less than 2 weeks, unless they plan on getting all 120 stars to gain access to Yoshi. That little chore is extremely difficult. Stars are hidden everywhere. Some of them are practically impossible to find on your own, like the one in Stage 2 that can only be uncovered by blasting out of a cannon and breaking off the corner of a wall. There's another one in the Hazy Maze level that's out of sight above your head. But if you use wall jumps near the Boulder Hall, you'll discover it in no time. The game would be better if we were treated with plot developments and cinema scenes just like the kind we get at the end of the game. Incidentally, Mario 64 has the best ending ceremony of any game in history. It's just outstanding.
Oh my god.
The super graphics, camera movement, and real voices make Mario 64 more than worthy of your time. Don't get us wrong. There are 64 other reasons for you to buy this game, but we just wanted to get the negatives out of the way first. Now here's what's great about the game. First of all, the gameplay is truly 3D, and once you get used to
cinema scenes,
camera angles, you can use them to your advantage. Mario 64 was developed using Silicon Graphics computers.
Silicon Graphics computers
brought you the special effects in Jurassic Park, Twister, Independence Day, and of course, Toy Story. The significance of this is that video games are becoming so advanced and so popular that they're starting to gain Hollywood's attention. Although we've carped on a few of Mario's shortcomings, please be aware that this is only because of the enormously high expectations that have accompanied the game and the development of Nintendo 64 for years. The game does get fun again after you beat it, and then focus on finding 120 stars. Since you're familiar with all of the courses by then, the game is a little less frustrating. For the premier title of this system, Super Mario 64 is a breakthrough in graphics and play control. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. One last thing we should mention is prices. Nintendo 64 games will be, on average, $10 to $15 more expensive than Super Nintendo games. This means that most games may cost around $70, compared to an average of $50 for first-generation gaming systems. Although we believe that Nintendo will definitely beat its current rivals when all is said and done, well-established and emerging systems like Sony PlayStation could surprise us all.
Oh man.
Look right now. But as the Nintendo 64
like I said earlier, Sony kicked both Nintendo and Sega's asses that generation.
We all want the best games there are. We all want games that give Hollywood a run for its money. But
how
much are we willing to pay for these great software titles? Maybe, as video games become more mainstream, companies will be able to afford to lower their software prices in an effort to attract even more buyers.
In your dreams.
Virtual reality.
So what makes this extended? So what makes this review extended? We got a boss fight right now. Is this normal gameplay with nothing else? It's just a giant wiggler. All right, let's do it. What's this one? NFL Blitz.
Midway fares better with NFL Blitz. Both the N64 and PlayStation versions are outstanding. Let's start with the N64 version. The control is nice and simple. Very intuitive for both offense and defense. You can create your own plays, select one of 3 difficulty levels, and
I do enjoy this game.
Easy to learn special moves.
I did.
Do the turbo run by holding down Z. Do the spin move.
Best football series.
Give the stiff
Well, one of the
by
best.
pressing Z plus A. It's all there. Now for the PlayStation version. Guess what? You can do all the same moves. Of course, the buttons are different, but it's just as easy.
Yeah, I prefer the arcade
action,
ones over
no
the
matter
simulated
what.
ones.
Plus, the PlayStation version has a few movies thrown in. NFL Blitz is even better than Madden NFL 99. Great
Of course
job,
it is.
Midway.
It's more fun than Madden. It's a lot more fun. All right, what's next? Klonoa.
Now for a stellar game, Klonoa. The full motion video is
Like a
complete
brief
opposite
snippet of Pac-Mania.
dumb, stupid, boring, crappy, pathetic, silly, hardly there, uninspired, flat, dull, and childish. Well, childish may apply, but in a good sense.
I still gotta play
Older
this
players
game.
may not experience this small wonder because it looks cutesy, but Klonoa is a game that should not be missed by anyone. Let's pop up the ratings now. A B for control, A for game design, and a B for difficulty.
You played the GBA one? I heard that one's good.
Generous, by the way, but Klonoa is still outstanding.
Yeah, I think the GBA one's on
While not
NSO.
up to par with the opening and ending cinemas, the graphics are very good for the
I
PlayStation.
do
as
want
no
to get the
breakouts
remakes.
never occur. The graphics are technically great, if not fully realized artistically. Klonoa is a cute little dreamer who has big flappy ears, which can help him do a Yoshi-like flutter in midair. 12 stages over 6 worlds may seem short, but in this game, it seems long enough. You'll have time to digest the beautiful, colorful, polygon yet natural graphics as you flutter your way through landscapes, using your Mega Man-like wind bullet to suck enemies into your hold so you can throw them at other enemies or use them as stepping stools. Also cool, Klonoa's bosses. Each one is unique and fun. This game is a true standout, and those cinemas, they're destined for gold. Yum, yum, yum. We want more, Namco. Klonoa gets a very high recommendation.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, but he ruined it with the fucking yum yum yum. Grid Runner. Okay, let me see what this one's about. I don't think I've seen this one. Sci-fi space game?
Up a distress signal.
Any signs of life?
Nothing.
Let's go in for a closer look.
Is this a space shooter?
The signals are coming from beyond these doors.
Whoa, what's that?
Looks like some sort of probe.
Uh-oh. Did they find treasure?
Careful, Axel. Signals are getting stronger. Axel, the doors!
Uh-oh. She's locked. It's a trap. She's about to die. I'll be shocked if she could survive that shit. Who the fuck?
I see that I've caught a fighter this time. You'll be a perfect challenger for my game.
At first glance, Grid Runner looks like nothing more than another simple game from the era of Asteroids and Pac-Man. There is some truth to that, but Virgin's Grid Runner still managed to surprise us with its addictive quality.
So this was for PlayStation, Saturn, and PC.
Rather, the reason is just that
developed by Radical Entertainment.
Every time you play, you get so close to beating the current world, but most of the time,
okay, this actually looks pretty solid.
Plain and simple. So what is this game about? Well, it's a glorified version of tag. After you make your opponent it, you have to pass by a certain number of flags and then turn them to your
Yeah, they just recently came back.
The number of
and people are already
needed
asking for a remaster of Simpsons Hit and Run.
The game
But this game looks
when
decent.
Your opponent turns your flags to red, and when he tags you, so you have to tag him back before you can collect more flags. The action gets faster and faster. Your enemies get harder to corral. The grid levels
the first prototype.
The learning curve is very smooth, and extremely persistent players, the ones that burn the midnight oil, yet have the sense to know when to rest their thumbs, will beat the game in a week. The entire game has 14 worlds with 3 levels each, plus World 15, the final battle with only 1 level, thank goodness. World 15 requires a whopping 30 flags. The enemy is the woman who trapped you in the opening sequence. When you beat World 14, she will appear in this single interstage scene.
You have failed me, Numian!
Cool. A password is given for each completed world. Otherwise, the game would be impossible to beat. Admittedly,
of course,
the game is
you use
fun,
passports.
but not worth buying. Good players will get too far too fast, and for $50, you need to have more than 1970s gameplay. It's difficult for us to say that
1970s gameplay.
The game designers did a great job of adding variety to each world. One of the best worlds is Galacia, a slippery ice world which almost every video game seems to have. Other levels have different kinds of warps that jet you away from your enemy. I like that. Later in the game, though,
I don't think there could be any game in the 70s that could handle this.
Increasingly complex. Your character runs so fast that it's sometimes hard to turn corners. But this irritation is forgivable because speed is the key to success. Grid Runner lives up to the high standard of quality set by Virgin, but the challenge is not high enough despite the rigorous workout that you'll get. After you beat the first world, you'll get the idea and gradually make your way to the end. So instead of paying cash for the game, play a real-life version of it. Grid Runner
he kind of fucking bored me there. Sorry.
Ending to the game.
With that fucking review. That last part. Oh my god. Yeah, I closed my eyes doing that shit.
Axel! Get back into the ship! The miner's breaking up!
No. I'm not even sleepy. No, I'm good. Don't worry. I'm good. Move up. Wait, what's this? GoldenEye, James Bond. Oh, he's doing a movie review? Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Last core ending? No, we're not doing that. Tobal #1. Oh god. That's a Square game. That's a Square fighting game.
Tobal #1 is a shockingly inferior game.
With the Dragon Ball, with Akira Toriyama's art style.
Square's second fighting game released in the US and premier PlayStation title seems like a rush job of the worst kind. The graphics look unfinished. The tournament mode won't take too long to conquer.
Oh god.
And the play control stinks. Most fighting games use the up button on the control pad for jumping.
I played this one
but
before,
Tobal
and
uses
its sequel.
L, which is an awkward button to begin with and is hardly ever used in games. Your kicks and punches don't often connect with the enemy when you're right in front of them. It's hard to move around the arena. Need I go on? The quest mode has the worst control of all. Like Batman Forever, strange, funky, complex,
Batman Forever.
totally ridiculous button combinations are
This is a better
required to
game than
perform
Batman
even
Forever.
The simplest of actions. To simply stop running, you must press R1 rather than just letting go of the control pad. Who the heck let that one slip by? The weak play control, which gets a 1 on a scale of 10, makes the entire game worthy of the scrap heap. The
Perfect
quest mode,
arc foot.
where you explore a 3D dungeon, is fun to play, but it's
Yeah.
fairly simple to figure out. The play control makes it hard, though, as you must jump over rolling logs on occasion, and once you die, you die. You have one life, and that's it. Getting back to graphics, although they are 3D, they are remarkably undetailed and basic looking, hardly convincing as futuristic. Yet the opening cinema scene is absolutely outstanding. Just another example of a PlayStation game with superficial fluff hiding a piece of junk inside.
Oh my
We
god.
haven't given a review this bad since, well, maybe never, but I don't think we've ever played a game this bad before.
But the art style
It
is
seems
is
squares
basically
truly
like
square.
Akira Toriyama's
In the
art
head.
style.
Blockheads. Okay, that's our weak attempt at a joke. But seriously, don't even rent this game. Don't even look at it. The game is totally unacceptable for even die-hard street
It's not
fighting
that bad.
fans. There's not much more we can say. We've actually covered everything. The game is too short as well, as if it wasn't bad enough already. The ending to the tournament mode is the same for every character, except for who walks down the red carpet to receive the trophy. That, of course, depends on the character. Duh. Here's an uncut ending with a different character. Notice how it's the same.
For the record, the team that made this were ex-Namco staff. And the lead director and producer, he came from Sega after working on Virtua Fighter 1, then went to Namco to work on the first 2 Tekken games. And then he made his own studio, Dream Factory. He made Guys for the PS1 and The Bouncer and a couple other games. Resident Evil 2.
Resident Evil 2 is definitely the devil of a game. It opens with exquisite full-motion video, violent full-motion video. Make that very violent full-motion video, complete with shots to the head and seizure-induced corpses. Resident Evil 2 has the same gameplay as the original. In that respect, the game's a disappointment, but no one, including us, will be able to resist this game. The gore is not the big draw.
I gotta
here,
do this
at
game.
least not for us.
I gotta play
It's the
this game in the
suspense,
remake.
the eerie music, the awesome full-motion video. We really get annoyed with having to shoot a zombie 10 times before it's actually dead.
Oh boy.
This kind of ridiculous crap really slows down the game, and we're forced to suffer this unrealistic gimmick every time we find a zombie. And that happens a lot. In fact, you usually find zombies hanging together in huge crowds, making the job even more difficult. People like to say how scary Resident Evil 2 is. We haven't felt a shiver yet, but we haven't played the game alone in the dark. That's probably the best way to play. Resident Evil 2, on the
That's
whole,
the point,
is an excellent game
George.
that no one should be without. It's no Tomb Raider, but we shouldn't expect it to be either.
It's
Resident
nothing
Evil
like
2
Tomb
does
Raider.
a great job at capturing the horror mood like no other game ever made. The controls still have that watch where you're going, I overshot the doorway feel, but by now everyone's used to this style of control, so we're giving it a generous C. Everything else gets an A. Resident Evil 2 comes highly recommended.
All right, what's next? Earthworm Jim 2.
If you didn't get enough booger action in Interplay's Boogerman, you might want to check out all the snot in Earthworm Jim 2 from Play.
I actually enjoyed this game, but
plain old earthworm that becomes a
fuck the creator of the series. He's a bigoted piece of shit.
The premise may remind you of The Mask. In fact, with Jim as the Earthworm's name, you can't help but wonder if this slimy hero was named after Jim Carrey, who portrayed The Mask in 1994. The two characters have many parallels.
He also created Cat Scratch, but yeah, fuck that show too.
A wacky sense of
wait,
humor, outrageous
what?
glitches, and the flexibility of silly
You're
puzzles.
putting the Mask, like, you're putting scenes from the Mask on here
To and fro by first jumping up and then pressing
while reviewing
B
Earthworm Jim 2.
He can also use his head as a whip to smack at his enemies by pressing A. Naturally, he can shoot his phaser by pressing Y and flip to another
Because he
gun in his
mentioned Jim.
inventory by pressing X.
Not that Jim.
The Y button is also used for parachuting while in the air. All of these skills are needed to beat the game, which is exactly 12 fast, fun, and varied stages. The first challenge of the first stage is getting past the creature in the water. Before you reach the water, pick up a pig by standing in the pig pen and pressing down. Then carry the big lug to the chute. Next, put the pig on the chute, then flip the switch at the end of the chute to enable the pig to slide down the incline and right smack on top of the enemy. With this overwhelming burden, the enemy cannot attack you if you try to cross the water. The next obstacle is getting up the stairs.
So basically just tips on how to get through.
After boarding the chair, avoid the falling grannies by pushing in the direction that the chair is going to go faster, and pushing in the opposite direction that the chair is going to go slower. When you come to some sort of pulley mechanism, you need to add weight to the left side to raise the right side so you can pass. One pig isn't enough to raise the right side, so be sure to use 2 pigs in your endeavors. This is one time when lard really comes in handy.
Oh
Finish
boy.
the level and prepare to get catapulted to the next. Jim's good friends, the cows, will praise him on his success. Well done.
It's funny how this series went from being highly regarded to being completely irrelevant.
Plow through with your electric drill gun. Quickly wave the gun back and forth to clear the dirt away as fast as possible and make your way to the top of the screen.
Like the dirt game was awful from what I've seen.
Continue onward.
Mismanaged.
And throughout the game, you will play a total of 3 puppy
And the
levels,
creator is a
3,
bigot.
6, and 10. In each of these
But I don't think he
levels,
makes
your
money
alien
from this series anymore.
is hiding inside an old house and throwing poor, defenseless puppies out the window. Use the marshmallow to bounce the puppies safely to the right side of the screen while taking care to
I do remember there was a cartoon for this, for Earthworm Jim. It came out, it was on Kids WB, when Kids WB first started.
Will retrieve it and throw it back at the evil Cypro.
And they had Dan Castellaneta voice Earthworm Jim.
A classic method of cartoon
Yep, Homer's VA.
most apparent in the Wile E. Coyote
Dan Castellaneta.
You leave your superpowered suit behind for the next level, a watery ride through something or someone's intestinal tract. The ride is slow. You need to take your time and be careful not to touch anything, especially the bumpers. Yes, bumpers, believe it or not. You'd think these intestines were a pinball machine. At any rate, finish the level and hail a taxi when you're done. And yes, expect some congratulations from our friends, the cows.
Oh boy.
On to level 5. Your next crazy goal is to kick a bomb-carrying hot air balloon into a crater at the end of the level. Be careful not to accidentally
You know what's funny?
shoot the balloon
They
or
put the
explode.
first game on NSO, but it's the Genesis version, which people say is actually better than Super Nintendo. But the second version, the second game they put the Super Nintendo version.
The level in the upper left and lower right corners of the screen. Using this method will not only move the balloon faster, but will also zoom
Because the
past
best
any
version of this
creatures
game
below.
is actually on Sega Saturn,
It's reminiscent of the Cuban beat song that Jim Carrey sang in The Mask.
which I actually used to have.
Similarity to The Mask.
But this and the Mask are not even the same.
The puppy bouncing continues in level 6. Notice the fantastic 3D effects in this level. The shadow of the fountain changes in relation to your screen scrolling. Pay close attention on this level, because the number of puppies and the speed of their bouncing has increased. The next level is probably the nuttiest of all. The goal is to put all the cows in their barns so that they can make milk that fills a can attached to a pulley and ultimately raises a gate that blocks your path. Some of the cows, however, have been struck by lightning, or maybe UFO lasers, and their heads are on fire. Pick
Oh,
up
boy.
a flaming cow and dunk it in the nearest bathtub so the cow doesn't blow up before you get into the barn. If you clear this fairly tedious level, don't let your ego get inflated. You haven't played level 8.
Level 8.
In this level, Jim has an inflatable head. Press B to inflate it and rise higher, and press A to deflate it and hover where you are. For example, if an enemy is above you, press A to hover below him and wait until he finishes throwing things until you try to pass. It's a good thing that Jim has lots of hot air. In the next level, pick up a mouse and the ball, and then carry it to the heavy machinery. Interlock the ball into the round part of the machinery so that the mouse will make the gears work by running inside the ball. Go into the gears, even though you get smushed, to progress further into the level, which will have giant file cabinets that attack you. Watch out for all sorts of nasty foes. Next is the third and last puppy love level. By now,
oh yeah, they spam that shit.
Bounce those puppies, baby. Only 2 more levels to go. The next level is a land of food, food, and more food. As you plunge through this tasty level, you might want to wear a bib. All the food looks delicious, enough to feed an earthworm for years. This level is basically very simple, except for the steak boss. The steak is a formidable opponent. Watch where he moves
also,
at all times,
for the record, the composer for both the first and second games, fuck him too. Tommy Tallarico.
Yes, that's her actual name. Exactly describing and showing the
Fuck
precisely
him.
timed movements involved with beating this level is
He thinks he's the greatest composer ever.
all the footage of the entire level, and in the
He's not that
meantime, we'll
great.
pop up all the information you need to use the secret stage select option.
I'm pretty certain he plagiarized too.
Without the stage select, so experienced players will
I think he. I'm pretty sure he.
odd humor. And so, without further ado, here's the final level of the game, plus the outrageous ending.
He also apparently sued Roblox. He actually sued Roblox all because he claimed to have created the oof sound effect. And he thinks that he's related to Aerosmith's lead singer Steven Tyler, that supposedly they're cousins. Skip to the last level. Yeah, there is a video on that from H-Bomber Guy.
Well done.
And we skipped the ending. E3 report 1997. You rarely get E3 footage from the 90s, so let's see this.
Electronic Entertainment Expo is ready. The shocking news: no new game systems were introduced. No M2, no PlayStation 2 or PlayStation Type-C, no Nintendo bulky drive. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Also shocking, only 4 new N64 titles were shown at Nintendo's booth. Zelda 64 was not shown. Star Fox 64, which was new at the time but is out in stores now, was the only title developed by Nintendo itself. The other 3 were productions of England-based Rare, Nintendo's protege.
All right.
Here is Rare's Banjo-Kazooie, a game in which you constantly switch between Banjo the bear
Where's my Nintendo
and the bird
3?
riding along in his backpack. As the bird, you can fly Banjo to higher places in this vast, expansive 3D world. Rare will publish a game.
Oh, 12 Tales Conquer 64.
A game that looks very similar
But it was originally
to
Conquest Quest.
64. Lastly, Rare is also responsible for GoldenEye 007, a Doom-style game that Nintendo says is not another Doom clone. Only time will tell.
It's not another Doom clone. It's its own thing.
Turn out to be. The fact remains that these are only 4 games. Victor Ireland, president of the video game company Working Designs, had some excellent comments to make about Nintendo at E3. In Japan, you can't give the N64 away. The consumers are onto the game and are quite jaded with the company. I think if NOA doesn't get their act together, the pessimism of the development community will soon spread to the consumers at large, as it has in Japan, when they realize there's only perhaps 3 or 4 really good titles being released for the system in a 12-month period. Even if they do shore things up, their ridiculous cart-based distribution model will always be their limiting factor. The world has gone CD, and someone forgot to tell Nintendo. Even their bulky drive can't patch that error in judgment.
It's not entirely wrong, because the N64 had some droughts throughout the 90s. While PlayStation, there were so many great games coming out.
Into either the racing, sports, or fighting genre. Sports account for 35%, racing 25%, and fighting 19%.
For the record,
These genres often account for
in Japan, N64 was last place. But over here, it was second place, behind PlayStation.
Although Nintendo's bulky drive was not at the show, we did obtain the following information on the unit, nicknamed the 64DD. Diskettes for the system will hold 64 megabytes of data, 8 times the amount of data in Mario 64. The disk drive will be packed with a random access memory pack, which is meant to be plugged into the memory expansion slot on the top of the N64.
We never actually got that accessory. It was only in Japan.
Also allow for networking capabilities to enhance the game.
And it came out in '99.
But internet access has not been confirmed. Heading back to
It
Sony,
flopped.
Crash Bandicoot 2 looks mesmerizing, at least in terms of graphics. Never has a PlayStation exhibited such beautiful graphics outside of cinematic sequences. Spawn looks better than expected, with a graphical style similar to Tomb Raider. However, it is unknown.
Oh God, Spawn the Eternal.
Gameplay is more like Tomb Raider or Doom. Sony is really
Oh,
pushing its new
Blasto.
icon, Blasto. Didn't anybody tell them the graphics are awful?
There was supposed to be a sequel, but it got canceled because the voice actor Phil Hartman got killed after this game came out, and he was Proper the Rapper.
Seems less like a game and more like an interactive music video in which you make up the lyrics as you go along. We're probably way off here, but that's the impression.
I gotta actually play Parappa.
In this game, but it looks wild. We could just slap Sony for skimping on their footage of Final Fantasy VII,
Yep.
the most anticipated game of the year.
He was killed by his
When we
wife,
previewed the game last year, we expressed disappointment, but after
who
seeing
was
the display
brainwashed
of
by
the
actor
E3,
Andy Dick.
Let's just say things are looking a lot better now.
John Lovitz beat the shit out of Andy Dick after that.
We will continue previewing games before their market release, so be sure to watch future shows where we will show you Capcom's hot new lineup.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. That was a glimpse of Mega Man X4 right there. Grand Stream Saga. I've heard of this one. Never played it though.
The first few minutes of Grand Stream Saga fool you into thinking it will be a slow, boring game. However, if you stick with it, you'll know better in about 10 minutes. The game moves very quickly, revealing a storyline in which continents are slowly being forced into the sea. In a sense, Armageddon. The story is interesting mostly
Oh, the cutscenes actually look nice.
the introduction of new characters and locations. The cinema scenes appear often throughout the game, a surprising rare treat, but many scenes last only a few seconds. They might as well not be there. The battles are unique in that you can move around your opponent, swinging your sword or putting up your shield for defense. Of course, you can also use traditional magic and items in the same manner as other RPGs. Grand Stream Saga story development is the best part of the game. You won't buy this game for superior graphics. While the gameplay itself is not earth-shattering, its smooth pace and increasing interest level makes it worthy of a look. This RPG is not as boring as others.
This game is basically like similar to there was a game on Super Nintendo, Illusion of Gaia.
That matters. The characters are fun too. Where else can you accidentally meet a girl in the shower and get away with it?
Which is a game I would like to play too.
Who are you and what are you doing in Laramie's room?
Oh my God.
Bird are you? I'm not a bird, I'm Corky the Spirit Beast, and you better duck.
That voice acting.
Nice move, but I hope you realize I had some soap in my eyes. Now, you've got exactly 1 minute to explain who you are and what you're doing here.
Not the best way to show off the game, by the way. Racing games from 1999 to 2000. Okay, let's go. So, a sample platter of racing games. Okay, what we got?
Now it's time to play FOF Speed Round. Here's how
But you're showing people playing a fighting Chocobo Racing.
We go
Magical Tetris Challenge. That's not a racing game.
briefly on each title, and you have to guess which title is our favorite from that list. Full reviews.
Ridge Racer Type 4.
Ready, set.
What do we got here?
Racing. R4 Ridge Racer. New and easier cornering.
That's Ridge Racer Type 4.
Graphics. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer.
Pod Racing.
Like 600 miles per hour as advertised. Micro Machines 64 Turbo.
Oh shit, Micro Machines.
Steering is weird. Graphics too simple. Penny Racers. Mario Kart for kids.
Oh, Penny Racers.
Friendly create a track mode.
Mario Kart for kids?
Awesome graphics, lighting effects.
Extreme G2.
Roll Cage. Awesome lighting effects, but
Oh, this one looks cool too.
Formula 1 98.
Not so much for this one for me.
Newman Haas Racing, The Return. And lastly, Chocobo Racing.
Chocobo Racing for the PlayStation.
And the top game is, surprise, surprise, Extreme G2.
I've never played any of the Extreme G games. I know that the first one was on NSO, but I haven't played it. All-Star Baseball 99.
Acclaim Sports has put their 2 cents worth into the virtual baseball league. All-Star Baseball 99 is loaded with features. Soon, all sports video games will have the real faces of the players. This game did not forget that feature. There is one thing that really bugs us, if we may digress for a moment. Why does every game, with the exception of Ken Griffey Baseball for the N64, list the Baltimore Orioles Stadium as Baltimore Stadium?
Oh my God.
Game, so what's the deal? Are the Orioles so pig-headed about the use of Oriole Park at Camden Yards that they only let Nintendo use the name? In our opinion, that really stinks. Anyway, back to the game. The game is full of real...
As someone who does not live in Baltimore, I don't give a shit.
John Sterling and Michael Kay of the New York Yankees...
No offense to anybody that does.
EA Sports seems to be the only company that has instant replay. We, for one, like that feature, but no one else does. Oh well, you win some and you lose some. The Create a Player mode is awesome. The players change size, stance, skin color, national origin, the size of their underwear. Well, not really their underwear.
Oh my God.
Will have it, though. It has
I forgot who made the All-Star Baseball games. Was that 99?
We wonder if they will shatter when a home run ball hits them. Write us here at Flights of Fantasy if you get video footage of this most awesome feat, kind of like something natural. Who knows?
No, that's a claim.
We can dig through our junk closet and find a neat prize for the first person to get us the shattering proof. For those of you who don't know, the Orioles have the sun on the top of the scoreboard. Instead, this game has an imitation, El Sol. We give up. Why the change? Another title, Griffey Baseball, has the sun. The feature we thought was really neat was the warm-up feature that a new pitcher gets once he is on the mound. So grab the cleats and take your position in the easy chair in front of the TV and play ball, All-Star 99 style.
All right.
The throw.
What's next? Super Return of the Jedi. Part of the Super Star Wars series for the Super Nintendo. And I've played the first one and never finished it. But it's hard.
Yoda's words could apply to someone who's debating on whether or not to buy this game. Super Return of the Jedi by JVC is better.
These games were known for being really hard.
Star Wars and Super Empire Strikes Back. The graphics are incredible in the cinema scenes and the actual gameplay levels. Also, the game does not butcher the end of the movie like Super Empire Strikes Back. Instead, the gameplay levels truly follow the plot of the movie, beginning at Jabba's place on Tatooine and ending with a Millennium Falcon racing away from the Death Star. Throughout this compelling adventure, you will battle Jabba, Darth Vader, and the Emperor. Like no other game in the series, Super Return of the Jedi begins in a Mode 7 level, a trip to Jabba's palace in the land speeder before dawn. Use the B button to accelerate and Y to jump from landmass to landmass. As in any Mode 7 level, be on the lookout for vital shield power-ups. Choose Luke for the next
It's
level.
Mark Hamill.
Your goal is to reach Jabba's palace.
That was just Mark Hamill.
This is the door guard that was in the movie. But before you start fighting him, you should eliminate the laser weapons mounted on the wall with a double jump lightsaber move. Defeat the boss with a double jump lightsaber attack. But be careful not to get too close to him because he may unleash a deadly electricity attack. Choose Luke once again for the third level. Make your way through the dark halls of Jabba's palace.
You can play as Chewie.
Green pigs and opening grates in the floor. To beat Fortuna, boss, swing at him with a lightsaber by pressing Y repeatedly. When he disappears, jump into wherever he appears next and resume your attack. Use heal force power whenever needed. The next level should present no problem, but the Rancor pit is another story. Bust through the gray clutter of claws and rumble with a double jump lightsaber move. Be sure to get all the R2-D2 save points.
Han Solo.
When you reach the evil Rancor, Jabba's pet, you'll die.
I kind of want to stream all 3 of these games,
Continue as Han Solo, whose weapon is a powerful blaster.
but there needs to be a collection. If they make a collection, I'll buy it.
Suspended in the air in the big open area before Rancor. To defeat this evil beast,
But I don't mind emulating them.
the screen and get behind a small mound of dirt. From this corner, face right and shoot your blaster without stopping. The constant firing will hit Rancor and never miss. So as long as you stay where you are and keep firing, Rancor's energy meter will decline rapidly and Jabba will soon be without his baby.
Oh man.
Defeat Jabba with Han's blaster just as you did with a Rancor. Jabba will belch frogs. Remember when he ate them in the movie? But the frogs will fall right onto your blaster fire. The battle with Jabba is awesomely fun, but after his demise, the plot will shift to Endor. After some cool cinema scenes, you
didn't really need to put the actual movie footage there, George.
In front of you. Only then should you shoot them. Try not to miss any hearts, or specially shield power-ups. After you destroy each stormtrooper, you'll arrive at the Ewok village. The next 2 levels can only be played with Wicket the Ewok. The furry little creature's only weapon is a bow and arrow.
Oh,
Make
right.
your way to the top of the screen and head right to the boss.
Yeah, they were trying to push the Ewoks back when the Return of the Jedi came out.
If the boss hovers above your head, shoot some arrows directly up at him.
I think there was even a Saturday morning cartoon.
To climb the big tree, shoot an arrow into it, then get the arrow. Shoot more arrows, and if you're positioned correctly, you'll automatically bounce up to a higher arrow you just shot. Continue to shoot arrows until you reach the top of the tree. Watch out for a stormtrooper. Luke will tell Leia that he must confront Vader, hence the next level. You'll need to ride several moving platforms to reach the area which leads to the boss. If you have played Super Empire Strikes Back, you'll recognize the boss. This version of the robot, however, is much easier to defeat. Whoa! Another awesome
Then you are the Millennium Falcon.
Mode 7 level becomes your next challenge. You control a swiveling gun on top of the Millennium Falcon, and the objective is to shoot all the TIE fighters. The next level is one of the most difficult in the entire game. Han or Leia is the best choice for your hero. What makes this level so hard are big guns on the circular discs with circumscribing moving platforms. Hopping between these platforms
The Imperial March theme.
The key to winning is finding an out-of-the-way area. After one of the save points is a narrow passage, on the other side of which is a big gun. Shoot the gun, slide through the passage, and head right. Do not, however, head right to the vertically moving platforms. Instead, double jump up to a high area that is immediately after the big gun. Make your way to the right until you see a lot of blocks. Shoot the blocks with your blaster and work your way up through a lot more blocks to get a cool load of weapon power-ups. Power-ups hidden among the blocks.
Look at all those power-ups.
Ultimately result in the plasma blaster, an incredibly powerful and destructive weapon that is perfect against the huge rotating guns on the green-yellow circular discs. Board each platform and shoot the big center gun as you revolve around it. To defeat the shield generator, use Han and constantly double jump between platforms. While on one of the larger sized platforms closest to the generator, throw a few bombs by pressing A. They will almost always connect with the generator and cause a good amount of damage. Double jump to the platform that appears directly above you before the platform you are on falls off the screen. If you run out of bombs, jump and shoot diagonally down at the generator.
At one point for a while, all three of the Super Star Wars games were actually brought over to the Wii's Virtual Console, and then they were also brought to PlayStation 4.
The Emperor is very unforgiving, but so are you. Once again, use the double jump lightsaber attack method and attack relentlessly. The electric bolts of energy will make holes in the floor, so be careful where you jump. Use the heal power wisely until your force powers run low.
But they were on Virtual Console up until like sometime after Disney bought Lucasfilm.
Objects that are positioned at intervals along the floor. Inside most of these containers are force power-ups. Get only a few of these hidden power-ups at a time, because you will need the rest after you make a second round of attack on the Emperor. After the Emperor falls down the shaft to his death, you will remove Darth Vader's mask and see your true father, Anakin Skywalker.
Yep.
One more level, go.
Spoilers.
Again, with a Mode 7 level. You must guide the Millennium Falcon through the inner trenches of the Death Star to, first, blow up the main reactor, and second, exit the Death Star before the resulting fire engulfs the Falcon. All you really need to know is that one of the trenches is shaped like this.
Okay.
Since this trench appears at a different angle than that is shown, you may fail to see how the Falcon could fly through it. The ending ceremony is quite good. As an exhausted Jedi warrior, you'll be happy to hear the upbeat music of the Ewok celebration. Ben, Yoda, and Anakin watch the festivities with a feeling of relief. The galaxy is at peace. Super Return of the Jedi is not very difficult.
You also forgot about Obi-Wan.
Quite a thrill. The screenshots and camera pans are spectacular, making this game the best in its series.
Well, they were wrong about that. We ended up not getting a Star Wars movie in 97. I think we were supposed to, but it came out in 99 instead. What we did get in 97 was the re-releases of the first three Star Wars movies, like the original trilogy of Fighting Force. This was a beat 'em up in 3D.
To Fighting Force, Core recycles some sound effects from Tomb Raider 2 and ultimately creates a pretty bland fighting game. The XXX square
I played this game on PlayStation. It's actually
the movement control
solid.
Is plus, the game has about as much depth as
not amazing, but it was solid enough.
The movie scenes are also tacky, with very poor graphics. Core and IDOS may have better luck with Death Trap Dungeon.
And what happens next? Disney's Hercules ending? We're not watching that. Rascal ending? Also not watching that. Maui Mallard. I know Silver likes this game.
Nintendo made a great move in buying Maui Mallard from Disney Interactive, who was going to botch the game release due to doubt in the 16-bit market. In 1996, 16-bit systems still managed to maintain the majority of the market. Ironically, by single system, the 32-bit PlayStation has had the most sales. Very interesting. Maui Mallard is fun and easy, a combination
Why would you say it like that?
Disney games. Older or more experienced players should definitely pass on this beat it in 2 days or less game. Even the bosses are fairly easy, and with passwords for each of the 8 levels,
this game looks good
the game
though.
goes quickly. Defeating the final boss takes a few tries to figure out, but hey, it's fun. The game control is a little loose feeling, but players should have no problems getting used to it. Some unique controls in the game are the use of the Y button to wedge your staff in between 2 walls for climbing, and the use of the A button to swing from hook to hook. Perhaps most unique is that you must constantly switch between Maui the detective and Maui the ninja. The ninja has the staff at his disposal, but Maui has a toy gun that shoots bugs. The gun is most important in the watery areas, where shooting the gun provides propulsion and enables you to move. Remember, ducks can't swim. Wait a minute, I'm thinking of flying. Of course they can swim. Despite the game's apparent uniqueness, players will still find the game all too familiar. The bottom line is that Maui Mallard is just another high-quality platform game. Perhaps this is why Disney passed on publishing it. Players have moved on to new challenges. We'll save you a rental from Blockbuster. Here's the ending.
Nope. Yoshi's Story.
Nintendo's first game of 1998 is Yoshi's Story for the Nintendo 64. This game is not good enough to fill the void of software for the system, but it's a short, fun game that's a good renter at best. Yoshi's Story is the sequel to Super Mario World 2 for the Super Nintendo, a game filled with unique bosses. The N64 game has the same strong points as its predecessor did. Cool enemies and stylized graphics.
Oh my God.
Also great is how levels can end anywhere within the level. Once you eat 30 fruits, the level ends. If you eat only melons, the unfolding storyline will be more exciting. This element is gimmicky, but it works. Less positive are the game's overbearing controls, non-original levels, irritating music, and cheery childishness. Another thing that bugs us is that the game, while touted as 2.5D, is no more beyond 2 dimensions than Super Mario World 2. In short, we'd rather play the original Super Mario Bros. On the 8-bit Nintendo than Yoshi's Story. This latest Mario-related outing just doesn't have the classic appeal that somehow still permeates that with the initials SMB. Yoshi's Story gets C's all the way around.
Like, the game itself wasn't amazing, but I don't think it was that bad, was it? Final Fantasy main theme. But that's from Final Fantasy VII. I would have skipped this, but I need a little bit of a breather. You didn't even finish it, asshole. Too extreme. Okay, I know what too extreme is. So,
if there's a racing game to avoid, it's Too Extreme, hands down. This game brings back memories of those crappy coin-op games in the back of
this was a sequel to an ESPN game on the PlayStation, but Sony lost the license.
Repetitive and boring. You'll want to scream, okay, I get the point. Although your
so they called it Too Extreme.
May vary from level to level. For example, skateboarding in
so this
LA,
was the second in the series.
In Vegas, snowboarding in Japan, and bike riding in Africa. The controls are such that you won't even feel as if anything has changed. It doesn't matter what your character is using for transportation if the controls are all the same regardless. Therefore, don't be fooled into thinking this game has variety. It doesn't.
Next. Tomb Raider hints. All right, let's see.
If you're stuck in Tomb Raider, one of the best games ever made, pay close attention to this quick list of hints. In the Atlas Room, investigate the wall on the side of the Boulder Hall. Jump up next to the wall to find a hard-to-see ledge. From there, you will find one of 4 special keys. In the Neptune Room, jump in the water and swim to the bottom. You will find a lever underwater. Pull it to open the gate to yet another key. Pull yourself on top of the rear temple-looking thing to find a dark, cavernous opening in the rock. On the other side of this subterranean path is the room of King Midas, now dead. Do not stand in the hand, or you will turn
now dead,
fall over and die. Instead, stand next to it and place the lead bars in it. The bars will turn to gold. You will need the gold bars to exit this area. On the left side of the conservatory as you enter, check out the wall behind the trees. You will find a camouflage switch that will open the left-hand gate in the conservatory. If you can't open the doors in the big Egyptian puzzle room, then you're not looking at the doors close enough. On each door is an inscribed pattern. 2 symbols are used. Y means up, and the horseshoe shape means down. Take this into account when you pull the 5 levers in the center of the room to open the doors. In this little cave is a medical aid pack. To reach it, climb among the rocks and jump twice quickly toward the corner of the room.
Were the older Tomb Raider games like any good?
You will end up sliding down the steep rocks.
Do they still hold up?
The Egyptian maze is to drop down from the edge of the
I would like to try them.
Caves. You will fall to a lower level of the temple, but not the lowest level. You will need to do a very difficult jump from this level of the temple over to a crack in the wall. Hang on to the crack and shimmy left to eventually reach the exit. Many more challenges are yet to come, as you have not even made it halfway through the game. In fact, we're stuck in the game too, so you might as well buy the Tomb Raider hint book. Tomb Raider requires some serious work to complete, but make sure you do. You'll love every minute of it.
All right, what's next? Violence in Video Games 1996. There's the remaster should be a good version to play that thing. All right, yeah, that's probably what I'll go with.
Violence in video games. It's been an issue that's faded in and out. The biggest controversy in video games of all time was centered around Mortal Kombat. Ironically, the movie was not criticized for violence. Fighting games are inherently violent, and they have saturated the market.
Yeah, unless you have a guidebook, players wouldn't have known what to do at times.
The Mortal
True.
Kombat series, the Street Fighter series, and Killer Instinct. The violence level in all of these games is relatively the same, although Street Fighter generally has less graphic violence. Resident Evil is not a fighting game, but it is a very violent one. You have to shoot zombies several times to kill them. And
Oh boy.
the realistic animation and sound effects don't butter this over. Savage dogs burst through windows and try to tear you to shreds. Zombies eat members of your task force. This game is violent, but it has to be.
Oh
the main
man.
idea of the game is to scare you. When those dogs first jump out at you, you jump 3 feet high. If this were a movie, you'd wet your pants. You're stranded in this spooky mansion.
Really?
And you can't go outside because you'll get eaten alive by God knows what. Is the violence in these games wrong? It's really hard for us to say that it's wrong. As for street fighting games, though, we definitely think they lack substance. Adding cinema scenes after every battle would change that to some extent. Then the game
Shut the fuck up.
100% fighting. If you think our games are bad, then you wouldn't believe the violence in Japanese games. Some games are never released over here for that exact reason. Yet in Japan, violent crimes almost never happen. And if you don't believe us, do the research yourself. Violence in video games is not a problem for the majority of people, but that doesn't mean we should ignore the issue.
I know
It's
they
up to
mean
parents to
well,
monitor the games their younger kids play, just as they would monitor whether or not their kids see
but
PG-13
this was
movies.
poor. This was
Games
poorly
are rated
executed.
nowadays, and even if they weren't rated, parents could still tell which games are violent. It's called looking at the back of the box, or just reading the title. Killer Instinct, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat. Come on, folks, it couldn't be more obvious. On the bright side, the vast majority of video games are rated KA, kids to adults. So all those news stories you've heard about violent video games, they're talking about a minority, something that hasn't been addressed. To be fair, though, the sales figures of these games aren't in the minority. This argument could go back and forth forever. The point is just to be informed so you can make an informed decision. And that's one of the principles on which Flights of Fantasy was founded.
Okay. Next. Discworld 2, Depth Song.
There's a place you're always welcome. That's as nice as it can be. Everyone.
All right, let's see how this is.
'Cause it's absolutely free. That's death. No need to take a breath. Just lie around all day with not a single bill to pay. Hooray, that's death. No more sicknesses or flu. If you've lived beyond your means, you can die beyond them too. Boo-hoo. The greatest and the finest have already died. Why not simply join them on the other side? side, that's death. Say farewell to all your bills, rip up all your wills, and pop your final pills. Amen, that's death. It's a tete-a-tete with fate. If you're not feeling great, then it's the best way to lose weight.
Oh boy.
Nothing here to hurt you. No one's here to nag. Come die with me if your life's a drag. That's death. For wealthy and well-bred, all of them are here. And they're all completely dead.
I'm assuming they play the PlayStation version of this game.
Death. No more headaches, no more pain. Of the millions who died, no one came back to complain. You can't take it with you. You can't keep what you've got. So why not just lie back and simply rot? Just simply rot. It's so cool, it's hot. And that's death.
Good stuff. Mega Man X4. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Mega Man celebrated his 10th anniversary over the summer with the release of Mega Man 8. The character in Mega Man X4 is not the same Blue Robot who stars in Mega Man 1 through 8, but who gives a hoot? They look and act so similar that everyone just acts as if they're one and the same. The X series has some intangible quality that sets it apart from the other Mega Man games. We like the regular series better, but Mega Man X4 is by no means a bad game. It's not great either. The control feels a little stiff, especially
Fuck
when
off.
jumping. Also, you can't
Shut the
slide
fuck up.
forward anymore. This move has always been a staple for Mega Man. Other than this omission, the game plays just like the rest of the series. Side-scrolling shoot-'em-up action with a boss at the end of each level. Of course, defeating the boss will net you that boss's weapon, which you can use on another boss. The trick is to find out which bosses are vulnerable to which
He was doing the right armor trick
unusual, but not
in
impossible. The challenge level is just
Magma Dragoon
Game
stage.
control gets a C, gameplay or game design gets a B, and challenge gets a well-deserved A. Unique to Mega Man X4 is that you can choose to play as Mega Man X or his red cyber cousin Zero. If you choose
Cyber
Zero,
cousin,
the first level will be changed
they're
slightly,
allies.
and the first movie scene in the game will be altered to focus on Zero. These scenes introduce the same old tired villain that we've seen in previous games. The bottom line on
Sigma.
X4 is that it's, well, just another Mega Man game.
Actually, it's one of my favorite games in the series. Built by different scientists. Yep. X was built by Dr. Light, and Zero was built by Dr. Wily. Saga Frontier. That's a Square game.
What do you get when you mix Chrono Trigger, Secret of Evermore, Final Fantasy III, and Wild Arms? The answer is Saga Frontier, published by Sony and developed by Square. Let's get one thing out of the way now, the Quick Save feature. Be forewarned, any data saved via Quick Save will be lost if you press power or reset. This makes us wonder why the feature even exists. But anyway, Saga Frontier is probably the most non-linear role-playing game of all time. This is not good. Goals are very unclear.
Huh?
In a world this big, you don't want to wander around clueless, talking endlessly to every person in sight. This game has 7 characters, each with his or her own distinct adventure.
Maybe this game is not for you, buddy.
An entire day to complete. We recommend starting with Amelia, the girl accused of killing her fiancé. Amelia's enemies are easy to beat. and the pace of the game is slow enough to allow you to learn the mechanics of the game along the way. Saga Frontier's graphics are an oddity. The jumbo pre-rendered backgrounds are sometimes gorgeous and sometimes at kindergarten level. The primitive sprite-based characters also look funky. Their animation is less than striking, like many of the game's effects. The game also suffers from too much dialogue and hard to read dialogue. Even worse, there's no run option in battle. Despite these flaws, Saga Frontier has a rich world, actually several worlds to offer.
It looks good though.
Variety, not only of the character quests, but of the environments themselves, is uncanny. The temptation will be to try the beginning of every character, but trust us, just stick with Amelia for the time being. The quests will eventually overlap in location, but not in task, goals, or story. With 7 characters, you'd think there were 7 endings, but alas, Saga Frontier is packed with 8 endings. The 8th ending is hidden, but we're willing to bet 2 air molecules that the hidden ending appears only after you have played through all 7 quests. That will be quite a chore. Expect this game to last at least a month. Saga Frontier gets a C for control, an A for difficulty, and a C for design. Despite these ratings, the game is not a bad buy. If you've got money to spare, and you've already bought all the other games on your list, pick up a copy of Saga Frontier.
I wouldn't mind playing this game. Like, I would like to play some Square games in general. Alright, next. Treasures of the Deep. Long intro, we will skip. Cool Borders.
Imagine a skateboard without wheels and used as a single ski board. That's the concept behind Cool Borders. The graphics look great in still frames, but they're a disappointment in real time. Also disappointing is the play control. The high speed and challenge of the game make it difficult to navigate the courses, even with the hard turn button.
Oh great, another snowboarding game.
It feels delayed or held back. As in many other games of this type, you can perform tricks to earn points, but that's kind of pointless. No pun intended. The main goal is not simply surviving the levels, but beating a certain time.
And they brought this game to the Switch and Switch 2.
Just being able to have fun, and that announcer. Ugh, somebody shoot that dweeb. He's one of those guys with slow motion syntax and overdrawn emotions.
Wow.
Like, way cool, man.
Dude.
Totally rockin', man. Whoa, I thought you were history. And are you tripping out?
It's not like your voice is any better, dude. Hey, Veronius, George would be disappointed by the lack of Silicon graphics computers. Yes. Next. Kart World Series. Okay, so let's see what this one's about.
Let's start off with Sony's Kart World Series. As with any good racing game, you can pre-test each track, select a stick shift or automatic transmission, and customize your car design to better adapt to a particular track. This can involve changing tires, realigning the front and rear wings, or choosing between a gear with higher acceleration and a lower top speed, or the reverse of that. Kart World Series has all the technical doohickeys
I
you
have.
ever need or want.
I've seen Mega Man 8's Mega Man 8's ending and Mega Man X4 review.
Impossible to do well.
So I haven't seen the Mega Man 8 review yet, just the ending. But after that I said like, no, I'm skipping endings. And we're skipping this ending. Oh no, I know what this one's about. Super Mario 64 versus Resident Evil. These are not the same type of games.
It seems as though the battle between the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation will be directly related to players' choices between Super Mario 64 and Resident Evil. These games are the beachhead of their respective systems. But which is better? Well, let's go through this point by point. Mario has camera motion during gameplay, but Evil only has it during the hands-off cinema scenes. Evil has real voices for its characters, but Mario and his friends are mute. Mario doesn't require you to solve impossible puzzles to win the game, but Evil has you solve tons of them. Actually, you won't solve tons of them. The game is virtually impossible without the hint book. So what's the bottom line? Super Mario 64 wins by a close call.
It's more visual and immersive
This,
than Resident Evil.
but
However, to our knowledge, no
apples
Nintendo
and
64 game
oranges.
has voices and dialogue yet. That's a big mistake, and we hope
It's
that
apples and
changes.
oranges.
It's not just the graphics that players want. The Nintendo 64 is still very young, though. The Super NES didn't start off with Donkey Kong Country quality, so don't expect tomorrow from the N64 today. We still have to wait for the 64DD, as it's called. This disk drive add-on will be used in the N64 games of the future. All this talk makes us wonder, what's going on with Sega? Well, listen to this soundbite from Sega president Tom Kalinske.
Our technology comes from the arcade world. You can't take arcade games, advanced computer graphics in the arcade world, and run them on the most advanced PC today. But you can run them on Saturn. Saturn is more advanced than either PlayStation or Nintendo 64. It has 3 32-bit processors.
Oh my God.
Well, look, Sega, if all this is true,
Oh,
then why
man.
go on top? You make a game like Mario 64, and then
Oh, man.
Until then, we rest our case.
Oh my God. What a mess this review was. Like, it's apples and oranges. Wild Arms intro, we're skipping that. Mega Man Legends. Fucking Sonic Extreme.
Capcom makes a bold move with its famed
As for the RAM expansion on N64 that came later with Donkey Kong 64, it did.
Mega Man Legends is
And you need it for like Majora's Mask, Perfect Dark, and a couple other games.
a big title like this comes along to support our cause. Admittedly, Mega Man doesn't feel right in this format, but that's due to 2 reasons only. First is the poor control. You'll want to adjust the options menu so that the cross-pad affects turning, not the L and R buttons. This feature saves the game from getting an E in control, but even this setting is awkward. The second reason is the fact that the previous Mega Man games were so much fun without a meaty story. Mega Man Legends should have been a hybrid of strong action and
Oh my
role-playing,
God.
not mostly role-playing. We're all for good stories, but there are some established entities which defy that need. It's like turning Mario into a sports game, or turning Bomberman into a one-player game. You just don't do it. Despite all this, Mega Man Legends does have good story development. If you can get past the control and the initial shock of the genre change,
Oh
you
my
will enjoy
God.
the game for its humor and inventiveness, unless you tire of all the menial tasks. At any rate, you have to give credit to a game that lets you get hit by a car and land on the car's roof. Now that's funny. Talk about getting a lift.
Oh my God. How high is this guy's horse? Christ. I have no idea. Alright, what's next? Contra 3, The Alien Wars, for the Super Nintendo. I'll give old George a smidgen of credit. He gave it A on the game's design category. Yep.
The Alien Wars by Konami, the evil Red Falcon
Konami.
is causing world destruction. Mythological yet futuristic beasts are everywhere. Fires raise the streets. The world is in chaos. You are the only hero who can stop the aliens' madness and end the alien war. Even non-fans of action shoot-'em-ups will love Contra 3. Each of the 6 stages is unique and more
That's not a
challenging than the
shoot-'em-up.
last. The best
That's a
ending
run and
is
gun.
seen only after winning the game on the hard mode, while the other
Gradius
endings
is a
preferred.
shoot-'em-up
The
or
hard mode
shmup.
has a little extra segment added onto the game. The Red Falcon's brain is reborn into a strange but awesome-looking creature that attempts to end your life even as you leave the base via a helicopter. Shoot at the eye and hope for the best. You're almost home free. The reward for your efforts is certainly worth all the work.
I never beat this game, by the way. I should, though. Because I keep dying.
Way to go! You've conquered the toughest Contra challenge yet. Your heroic deeds have restored peace to a war-torn world. The alien forces have been destroyed by a gaming champion. Your efforts will not be forgotten.
There's gonna be a time where I will do a Contra marathon. Maybe next year, since next year is actually the 40th anniversary of the series. Skipping that because it's just the ending. I want to just get out of that. Bushido Blade. Let me put the volume up a little bit.
After a financially successful launch of Final Fantasy VII, the biggest but not the greatest game ever made, Squaresoft goes up to bat a second time with the fighting game Bushido Blade. Our first impression of the game was good, a shock considering our often expressed loathe for this genre. But after playing Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha, Bushido Blade went down quite a few notches in our book. The game is unique in two ways. First, it doesn't have life bars or time limits. Second, if one of your limbs is injured, you can keep fighting with whatever good limbs you have left. All other games in this genre allow for either full use of your body or no use at all, namely death, once your life meter runs out. Bushido Blade's attempt at plot is pathetic, but then again, most games like this don't even try. All in all, the game is a B title. Perhaps that's being generous, perhaps not.
Shipwreckers. All right, let's see what's next. Street Fighter 2 collection for PlayStation.
Capcom is definitely in the mood for re-releases. First came Resident Evil Director's Cut, then Street Fighter Collection, then Resident Evil Director's Cut DualShock version, then Resident Evil 2 DualShock version. Now it's Street Fighter 2 Collection. Guess what?
That's the
It's
one.
a collection of various versions of Street Fighter 2. Gee, you never would have guessed. The versions included are Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, and Street Fighter 2 Turbo Hyper Fighting, which practically negates the other two. Capcom evokes a real feeling of nostalgia by remixing the original musical score. The sound effects seem unchanged though. We're not sure if that's good or bad. Now you can revisit all those gone but not forgotten classic characters, many of which were scheduled to return in the upcoming Street Fighter Alpha 3. One question though, when on earth are they going to release Street Fighter 3? Can you say Dreamcast? Can we say wild speculation? At any rate, this second fighting collection features a few more belts.
He said Dreamcast, so yeah, that's where they actually went.
Our storyline descriptions, character bios, design schemes.
The PS1 could not handle Street Fighter 3.
Strategy info and other
If they could barely handle the Capcom Versus games, there was no way they could handle Street Fighter 3.
Might as well be left uncovered.
And music from Vampire City was playing. What's next? Bust the Groove.
Bust a Groove, Cyberdeck, and Brave Fencer Musashi. All these games have in common
Brain Fence and Musashi.
the similarities in there. Let's start with Bust a Groove.
PS1 somewhat handled JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm surprised they brought that over. Then again, PS1, for whatever reason, had Capcom vs. SNK Pro.
For us, even the easy level was hard.
And that game was hella compressed on PS1.
Accomplished by pressing the indicated button on every fourth beat is no easy task. Yet it is simple in nature, but not too simple. An added gameplay element is thrown in. Being able to
It was hella compressed, and there was a lot of missing frames, and the sound of, and the voices were crunchy.
Imagine a fighting dancing hybrid. Still, without the appealing story or character of Parappa the Rapper, I can't see this one catching on.
Next. Cool Borders 2. Oh man.
And so does Cool Borders 2. Although the control has some basis in snowboarding physics, we still don't feel the action at all. The game is about as immersive as Pong. Nothing feels natural. You press and hold X to charge your jump. Only when you let go of X does the jump occur. Whether this correlates to snowboarding or not, it's still awkward. You can't change direction while charging, and you can never see a hill in time to charge up for a big jump off it. Also, 90% of the steering is done with sharp turns that are hard to control.
The game has more modes than Carter has pills. A competition mode, a half-pipe mode, a freestyle mode, a big air mode, a board park mode. Modes, modes, modes. What about a better game mode? The whole business of performing tricks is too much of a focus in the game. You can't succeed in any of the decent modes unless you take the time to learn the stunts. All of the courses are poorly designed and very boring, leaving little left to speak good of. There is just one highlight. The narrator from last year isn't as tripped up on saying the word cool like a surfer dude 12 million times in a row. The only real reason Cool Borders was even made is to reel in all those college-age skiers. Skiing is very popular with that crowd, and the game comes out just as college kids are getting their semester in.
But this is snowboarding, not skiing.
Perfect timing.
Next. Street Fighter Alpha 3. This is Street Fighter Alpha 3. Alright, let's see it.
Capcom's Street Fighter Alpha 3 is the best fighting game we've played so far this year. This game gets a solid B. What keeps it from an A is the lack of innovation in a single endless series.
Best fighting game of the year you played it in, which I'm assuming 99 on PlayStation, and you gave it a B.
Alpha 3 will keep hardcore gamers busy for quite a while. The reward for all your hard work, however, is merely a half-rate slideshow with limited text. This is a real head-scratcher. Why aren't there any FMV endings? It doesn't make any sense. Other complaints include primitive background animation, one-speed jumping controls, and zero interactivity with the environment. The latter item is not a problem in Power Stone for Dreamcast.
Power Stone. What's next? Tale of the Sun. What is this game?
Sony apparently doesn't mind embarrassing itself with the release of Tale of the Sun, probably one of the worst games ever made. The graphics have the quality of caveman carvings. Yes, we are aware of the irony that the game is about a caveman. The play control is also incredibly unrefined. Sometimes you must try several times to pick up an item that's right in front of you. Basically, you run around munching zillions of food chunks while trying to expand your tribe. The ultimate goal is to build a tower of mammoth tusks reaching to the tail of the sun. From just the footage you see here, you can tell how incredibly pathetic.
Yeah, I never heard of it either.
There's a quote from PSX Power on the back of the CD case that reads, "This is one of the most immersive games we have seen on the PlayStation." Well, at least one good thing can come from Tale of the Sun. We all know not to read PSX Power.
All right, next. Banjo-Kazooie ending? We're not watching that. Mega Man X4 preview? Okay, let's see what we have here.
Mega Man X4 may not even be released at all for the PlayStation. Sony is once again being a real jerk by refusing to allow 2D games to be manufactured. Sony definitely has a bug up its you-know-what, and they've got some major balls ticking off Capcom, the maker of the first PlayStation game to sell 1 million copies. That game was, of course, Resident Evil. Capcom should threaten not to release Resident Evil 2 and watch Sony buckle.
That actually almost happened. That almost happened. Okay, let me talk about that for a little bit before we go to the next video. So yeah, because Capcom wanted to bring Mega Man 8 and X4 to the PlayStation, and Sony was like, no, actually, you can't do that, because 2D games are so 1991. No one cares about 2D games anymore. You only care about 3D games. 3D is the future. 2D needs to go back to the way of the dinosaur, like Nintendo and Sega. We want to continue with these 3D games. These 3D games are the fucking future. No one cares about 2D games anymore. And then Capcom comes in and is like, all right, that's fine, but if you don't let us release these games on the PlayStation, and we're keeping Resident Evil 2 in Japan. And we ain't bringing that over here. How do you feel about that? I mean, is there a Saturn version of Mega Man 8? Yes, there is. Well, give us something that the Saturn version doesn't have. All right, we'll come up with something, and we're going to release X4 on this thing too. Otherwise, no Mega Man 8, no Resident Evil 4, then no Resident Evil 2. All right, you win this round for now, Capcom, but we'll be back. And when we come back, we're going to make sure that you make a 3D Mega Man game. All right. Anyway, next. Gex 64 ending. We're not watching that. NBA Hang Time. Oh. That's the successor to NBA Jam because Acclaim stole NBA Jam from Midway, so Midway had to come up with something new.
His dedication to the Super NES with NBA Hang Time, a basketball game, obviously.
Oh, I forgot this was on Super NES.
Dennis Rodman, and sure enough,
I know it was on N64.
Hair and all. NBA Hang Time is really nothing
Dennis
more
Rodman.
than another NBA Jam. To be fair, these games can't be too different. After all, basketball is basketball, which makes us wonder, what is the appeal of so many sports games when so many are basically the same? The answer is options. Whoever offers the most and best options wins the sports war in the video game industry. It's that simple. And NBA Hang Time has more options than Rodman's hair has colors. In this game, you can create your own character from scratch. Choose from several funky heads, none of which can be considered normal. Then, if you want, pick a different color combination for your sports jerseys. Maybe the game should be called NBA Gap. But just when you thought you'd seen every option ever made, you discovered that you can shrink your character to make him shorter, or vice versa. What a hoot! We made a green alien and put him on the Chicago Bulls with Dennis Rodman. It sure was easy to spot him on the court, and we're not talking about Rodman. Then again, I could understand why you would mix them up. They're both aliens in their own ways. NBA Hang Time's play control is just like NBA Jam's. R is used for turbo, B is used for passing and stealing, and Y is used for shooting the ball or blocking an opponent's throw. These tried and true button uses make for decent play control, although shooting a hoop from afar is still just a matter of luck. NBA Hang Time won't give hoop dreams to casual players, but sports junkies will eat it up. Well, unless they already have NBA Jam and they don't have money burning holes in their pockets.
Oh, God.
This latest NBA title has tons of secrets hidden within it, about which we have no clue. But all the bells and whistles in the world, even Dennis Rodman, won't make this game a must-buy.
Next. Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling. And this is a short one.
Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling falls in the same category, despite the extensive realism. The game actually takes into account the deterioration of hardwood lanes as a result of various ball oils. 13 real-life bowlers are also included, as well as a cosmic bowl mode, featuring glow-in-the-dark action.
Ooh. But that's the review. Mischief Makers. Oh, let's see this one. I still gotta play that game. But I think Square owns it.
Nintendo follows up its smash hit GoldenEye 007 with Mischief Makers.
It's just that Nintendo only published it like in North America and I think Europe. But it's owned by
the clan ball, as they're called.
Like I think it's owned by Square Enix, even though Treasure made the game. Whatever happened to Treasure? Like they haven't really done much in a long time.
You have to shake just about everything in order to open up all the secrets in a level.
I remember they were teasing a comeback, but that ended up just being a re-release of Radiant Silvergun.
Complicated. Mischief Makers is just one dull level after another. There are no great innovations or even anything to simply capture some interest. Although a very minor complaint, the bosses take too long to defeat, like this freaky snake fossil, or whatever the heck it is. The truth of the matter is that this game is not worthy of 64-bit treatment. In this world of 3D games, a 2D game has to be a lot better than this to get any attention.
I still want to play it. Adventures of Lomax. I've never heard of this one.
Don't be fooled by the Adventures of Lomax. It looks like child's play, but this Psygnosis platform action game for the Sony PlayStation is one of the hardest
Psygnosis. That's a Sony-owned studio.
Familiar to you. They are the little trolls from Lemmings, a classic puzzle series. The play
Oh, it's part of the Lemmings universe. Okay. I have heard of Lemmings.
Considering that most of the time when there's a problem with play control in a game, it's because it's too loose. Although passwords were given for cleared worlds, not levels, even expert players will find it difficult to advance very far. Each time you pick up where you left off with a password, you are supplied with only 3 lives. The one that's running when you start, plus 2 in reserve. We're not sure, but we suspect there are 14 worlds with 3 levels each. That sounds somewhat short, but the challenge makes it not so. The gameplay becomes increasingly complex.
Okay, this actually looks pretty cool.
And the gameplay spreads into the backgrounds. Because of the latter, the game has 3D elements, but it's not truly 3D. An amazing thing to see, since Sony has been obsessed with concentrating on 3D games for its system. Lomax is quite irritating when he yells in his high-pitched tone every time he jumps off the ground. Thank goodness you can adjust the sound effects in the options screen. We don't really have any hints for you. Just make sure you bust open the pots with your spin move to look for special abilities. If you find a helmet, it will protect you against 1 hit. Just as in Super Mario Bros., getting a mushroom made you big and strong enough to take 1 hit. After that
again,
1 hit,
apples
though,
and oranges.
If you get hit again, you die. Finding helmets is not always possible though, so good luck. By the way, you can also throw your helmet to defeat an enemy. Bonus levels are accessed each time you beat 50 enemies, but don't kill yourself trying to earn the bonus. Remember, the priority here is beating the game, and you probably won't. Bottom line,
wow.
A good game, but not very high on anyone's
wow,
priority
dude. Just say it's a skill issue if you don't beat the game. Just say it. Armored Core. The original Armored Core.
Armored Core is better than these 2 games, although not by much. All you do is kill enemy robots. To make matters worse,
which
that
games?
task is usually way too easy despite the very poor play control. The game includes the obligatory trite bells and whistles, which of course don't make one bit of difference. Armored Core is just another techie game like Colony Wars and G-Police, with cyber
Colony
this and
Wars.
cyber that. Everything looks cool and complicated, but that's about it.
That's it. What's next? Crash Bandicoot ending? Crash Bandicoot 2 ending. No, we're not watching that. Batman and Robin. But will they show off the back card? We're not watching endings, so...
An E, a D, and an A for Batman and Robin. As any longtime gamer will know, when you see ratings like this, you can assume the A in challenge is a direct result of the E quality play control. This game is no exception. In this age of graphical superiority,
oh my
where
God.
just about every game has decent graphics, video game companies still churn out mini games with far from decent control. Coupled with the game's sporadic design,
a back credit card
makes Batman and Robin just plain inaccessible. That's too bad, because the game is so long and involved. It has more subplot than the movie, but it's still hard to tell which is worse, the game or the movie. They're both really bad. The game probably has the edge. At least you can see the effort.
looks cool, but that's all it has, yeah. A back credit card?
Simple movement is awkward, akin to Resident Evil, but without the stability of static backgrounds. If you're going to have control this bad, at least keep the camera.
Too bad I don't watch the Nostalgia Critic anymore. I haven't watched the Nostalgia Critic in like 8 years.
But no cigar.
What's next? Rage Racer. That's a Namco game. It's part of the Ridge Racer series.
Lastly, Namco released Rage Racer a few months ago. This game is a sequel to Ridge Racer, one of the first games ever for the PlayStation. Rage Racer's biggest flaw is that it only has 4 tracks in the entire game. The game may have a car shop, an engineer shop, personal logo design, and other bells and whistles, but the lack of plentiful tracks really brings it down a notch. At least Porsche Challenge put different obstacles in its 4 tracks each time you pass through them, but Rage Racer is too straightforward. Yes, you can win prize money and upgrade your car and buy a new one, but we've seen that before. Rage Racer gets 2 C's and a B. If you don't like it, tough.
Huh? Street Fighter 2 Collection preview. Okay, we did the review, and now it's a preview.
Street Fighter 2 Collection needs no explanation. Obviously, each of the Street Fighter 2 incarnations is on this disc. Imagine if this was how the games had originally appeared on the market. If you buy this game, then most likely you were one of those people who bought each and every upgrade when it came out. No title is especially different from another, and the same goes for Street Fighter 3, but hey, you can't beat a deal like this one.
It just ends. Breath of Fire 3. That's a game I gotta do. I'm gonna do the first one at some point soon.
Lastly, Capcom scores points with PlayStation RPG fans with the charming Breath of Fire 3. Disregarding full motion video, the game is better than Final Fantasy VII, though not as good as Wild Arms.
Wow!
Making use
Oh my god! Wow!
It may take a moment for
Wow! Okay. Okay.
You can lock yourself free from the train. Funny how they didn't.
No worries, no worries. You take care, Epic.
Breath of Fire 3 is fun, but not flawless.
Probably gonna watch a few more myself.
Setting, the dialogue is unbearably slow.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Also bad is the awkward diagonal control.
Is this really better than Final Fantasy VII? I don't know.
The game is bogged down with way too many enemy encounters. You can't take 10 steps.
Take care, Epic.
Battle. These valid complaints are still not enough to keep the game from getting high ratings. B's for control and difficulty, and A for design. Here's one last example of that great design. When Bunyan catches you stealing from him, he punishes you by forcing you to chop his logs. If only he knew how much fun this was. Of course, chopping logs in games is a lot more fun than chopping them in real life. So there you have it. Breath of Fire 3 is something you can play until the cows come home.
Now, for the next couple of reviews, I'm going to pick them out on my own. Oh, actually, after this one. Oh, that's just the Air of Death. We're not watching that. We're not watching that. All right, I'm going to pick and choose the ones I want to do. So, let's do Marvel Superheroes. What the fuck? What was that transition? It's like a muscle guy. Suppose for a near 30-year-old game, yep.
As you can see from this intro, Capcom's Marvel Superheroes has just about every major Marvel character imaginable. In a year of lackluster fighting games, Marvel Superheroes doesn't need to
I love this game. This game is better than Children of the Atom.
Tried something new, something the industry should learn
Way
to do
better.
once in a while. The great innovation that sets this game apart from the crowd is the use of Infinity Gems. As you pummel your foes to death, they will drop these gems that, when used, can do anything from refill your life gauge to bestowing you with a special superhero power. You already have superhero powers that are executed by mostly rotational moves on the D-pad, but these powers go much further. In a way, they have the same effect as the banana peel and other items in Mario Kart 64. You get these items randomly, and then use them when you most need an advantage. Surprisingly, the game allows you to see an ending even on the
It's not the same thing.
We got the ending for the Incredible Hulk. All the characters in the game are fun to play, but the Hulk, Iron Man, and Wolverine are our favorites because some of their special moves don't use rotations. It's so awesome when you jump way high into the sky and come crashing down on your enemy. No other fighting game we've seen has that cool feature. Also, the control is a lot more responsive than other fighting games. Even novices will be able to pull off a few special moves without getting killed in the process. As a result, the control gets a B. Due to the Infinity Gems, the gameplay gets a generous B as well, and the challenge gets a C.
Yeah, this game has slowdown.
Whip through this game. All in all, an interesting alternative. Now here's the ending for the Incredible
The Saturn version runs better.
Rock.
We're not watching this. We're not watching endings. So let me skip to the next thing. We're not watching that Star Fox 64 ending. Let's do... You know, let's do this one. Rugrats Search for Reptile. We could do Super Mario RPG after that.
Why then is Rugrats, one of our favorites this week, the proud recipient of 2 E's? To be sure, it's got to be one of the weirdest events ever.
I heard you could beat this game in an hour.
Overall, Rugrats is an A game, but the sloppy control gets an E, as does the difficulty level, if there is one. We feel bad giving the E's, but they are deserved. The control can be very uncooperative, thanks to the poor analog control, which will give you an idea of what it's like to be walking a baby. Is this intentional? Maybe so. Is it annoying on occasion? Absolutely. Does it preclude you from enjoying the game? Absolutely not. Will you get sick of running into walls just because these kids can't walk right? Maybe, maybe not. You might get a kick out of it. Again, it is a great game. You should definitely play it. Parents should definitely buy it for young ones. It is one of the most imaginative games we have ever played. It is also one of the best license-based games we have ever played. THQ did an outstanding job utilizing the voice actors from the Emmy-winning TV show to set up each game scenario with an in-game cinematic sequence.
That they did.
Give me all your cookies. No, Angelica. My mommy made them for us to eat. Hey, give me those.
Our appreciation of this incredibly unique title is so high that we want to show you the entire game, but unfortunately, we just don't have the time. Maybe we'll set aside some time in January or February to cover the game in greater detail. To give you an idea of the outstanding level setups and strong characterization, sit back for a few minutes and enjoy some hilarious clips from the Rugrats PlayStation game. We'll be back with Gex.
We'll be back with Gex.
A little sick, Angelica.
Ew.
Ew. Let's go clean you up. I haven't golfed in ages. I'm taking the kids for ice cream, Deed. This is gonna be great.
Uncle Stu, where's the ice cream?
At the end of this majestic golf course stands Ice Cream Mountain. That's where I'm gonna get a hole-in-one and win you kids so much ice cream you'll be eating until you're grown-ups. So what if it's never been done before?
We just gotta get the balls in the hole.
For the record,
We'll get a whole
the stages are based off of Rugrats episodes.
We'll be done in no time.
Oh, this one.
Sprouts, it's almost time for my potato salad.
That's the one where Grandpa loses his teeth.
You're scaring the children.
Potato salad sticks to my teeth, so
Oh yeah, this was after like the original voice of Grandpa Lou passed away, and then he got recasted after that. It's the one where there was a duck that took the dentures. And he was supposed to play the trumpet for a big band concert at the park. But here, Spike takes it instead.
My teeth! That tongue-snouting dog stole my teeth! I can't play my trumpet without my teeth!
We got to get Grandpa's teeth back. I don't know, Tommy. The park's so big, we might not find him till we're grown up. Grandpa needs us, Chucky. Come on, we got to find Spike.
I might actually do a playthrough of this. It's a very short game. So Super Mario RPG is next. So we'll watch that, and then I'm gonna pick the next one from the list because we're not watching all 700 of these.
So what do you think Super Mario
I
RPG
enjoy
is
this
about?
game
Saving
so
the
much.
princess? Wrong. In the very beginning
Yeah, there's
of the
always
game,
yeah.
Bowser does kidnap
But
the
a lot of
famous
these reviews
lady
are
in video
short.
games, but you rescue her after a quick battle on a falling chandelier. Then a huge living sword named Smithy drops from the sky and smashes into Bowser's castle,
It's Smithy.
throwing everyone outside.
Not
The
Smitty.
princess and Bowser are lost, and you have to find them. At an odd point in your quest, you actually join your enemy, Bowser, and discover the princess in Booster's tower. Who the heck is Booster? Who knows? The princess is a feisty gal. She even tricks Bowser into kissing
X on the
Mario as a
sword.
prank. Don't mess with the princess. She doesn't like
No,
to
the
play
best
games.
one is when
But
both
we like to
Booster
play
and
this one.
Bowser kiss
Super
Mario.
RPG is full of fun. The battle controls are the best of any RPG. Other Nintendo characters also have cameos. Donkey Kong appears in the jungle.
That's not
Link
Donkey
from the
Kong.
Zelda games is found sleeping in one of the inns, and the
It
8-bit
is Link.
ancestor of Mario is found behind
Yes,
the
you can
curtain
also
in
find
Booster's
Samus.
tower. The 3D graphics of this game are outstanding. You will love this game.
Yeah, 'cause
the only flaws are the poor hit detection outside
I wonder
of the
if
battle
this was
screens
developed in
and the low
Silicon
difficulty
Graphics
levels.
computers.
You'll beat this game in a week tops if you play a lot every day. Nevertheless, you have to play this game. So rent it, have a ball playing it, beat it, and return it. Mario is back on top.
That's not how it
Grab a
fucking
pen or
works.
pencil, quick. In Super Mario RPG, you have to play 3 different songs at 3 different times in order to win membership cards for the drink bar in Tadpole Pond. The last song is the hardest to play. The notes are la, ti, do, re, so, do, re, mi. I hope you're writing this down. Look closely at the placement of the tadpole shown here to see where the notes go. Again, the notes are la, ti, do, re, so, do, re, mi. We'll leave it up for the slow writers out there. Playing this tune will win you the soprano card, which will allow you to buy the Caro Caro colas at the drink bar. These special colas restore all hit points and magic points for your party. Some games really tick you off from time to time. Super Mario RPG is one of them. In one section of the game, you have to climb vines to
Oh,
reach
yeah,
an
that
Indus
part.
Vine, which is floating high in the sky. Our game guy Tom Allen was so mad, he almost broke his controller in half. The play control in this area is awful, especially this jump right here. He's still trying to make this jump without falling. We'll have the ending to this otherwise fun game on a future episode, so keep watching the show for more coverage of that famous mustachioed plumber.
All right. I will pick the next one. Let me see what we got. You know what? Let's check out Spot Goes to Hollywood. And then after that, we'll watch Rival Schools. Because I do remember this game, but I played it on Genesis. But the PS1 version has the FMVs.
Let me start off by saying that I'm sick of huge disappointments, rushed titles, and mediocre to just plain junk video games. Spot Goes to Hollywood, rushed or not, is certainly not up to the usual high-quality standards set by Virgin Interactive. The play control is awful. At first it doesn't seem so bad, but as you get further into the game, you realize
I can tell he's
that the
playing on
intricate
PlayStation.
level landscapes require good play control to navigate, especially in the cannon ride area. In the options menu, you can choose between isometric or arcade control, but both are seriously flawed. The play control, extremely limited number of lives, no continues, and countless hordes of overwhelming enemies make this game practically impossible to beat. We couldn't even get past the first world, so the footage you're seeing is demo footage. The 3D angle perspective view of the levels is endlessly irritating because you can't see far enough ahead if you run through the levels. If you stay put too long, enemies will get a hold of you. If you run, it's like playing blind, a no-win situation. The trite overhead 3D graphics are also especially disappointing when compared to the cinema scenes. The opening sequence is so spectacular, I couldn't put it in words. When you see and hear it for the first time, it's absolutely outstanding. So why does the rest of the game have to stink? Once again, here's a classic example of PlayStation fluff product, with more emphasis on superficial nonsense than on the game itself. At least the Nintendo 64's mostly mediocre library is fun to play. Spot will drive you stark raving mad. A few final thoughts. Spot Goes to Hollywood was originally meant to be a Super NES game several years ago. Virgin considered selling the property to Acclaim, but that never happened. Instead, it seems as if Virgin just took what they already had and ran it on the PlayStation. Since original conception,
Holy
the game
shit,
was meant
dude.
to include Jurassic Park and a Star Wars spoof level. But
Oh
those
my
levels have been
God.
tucked away into the game in the form of secret bonus worlds that can only be reached by collecting all the Hollywood stars in the game. The stars aren't hard to find, but retrieving them without committing suicide in the process is a tall order, especially when you still have to complete all the levels. Is anyone else out there sick of all this star collecting? It was bad enough
What
that
is
we had
with
to
you
find 120 of
and
them in Mario
mentioning
64.
committing suicide?
Fair warning,
Dude.
do not get sucked in by the likable Cool Spot character or the movie parodies. While the cinemas are some of the best we've seen, the game itself is too underdeveloped. Since we've trashed Cool Spot so badly, let's end on a good note. Catch an eyeful of this.
Oh my God. Yeah, 7-Up did stop using the spot after that, like the character. All right, let me go and get the Rival Schools review. Here we go.
Probably the most popular fighting game of the past few months, Capcom's Rival Schools is a 2-disc behemoth that packs quite a punch, no pun intended. Featuring 20 entirely new 3D characters, the game's tag team style of play requires players to choose 2 fighters at a time. When one fighter is whipped, the other steps in. In traditional PlayStation fighters, if you pick a character you don't like, you have to wait until you're killed off, then suffer a typically long load time before continuing and selecting a new player. In Rival Schools, your backup player is already there and waiting. Of course, the game is not flawless. First, the combos are not very exciting. Second, the evolution disc is a disappointment because you have to beat the regular game before you can peruse some of its features. Among those are hidden minigames, battle trainings, various tournament modes, and 24 pre-edited customized characters. The game also includes 4 hidden characters and an edit mode. So overall, Rival Schools is a good bet for all you fighting fanatics out there.
I mean, it is a really good game. It should have been in the Capcom Fighting Collection too. It should have been there alongside Star Gladiator and Technomancer. Final Fantasy VI End of World? No. That probably might be to an like it might be an ending sequence. Let's do N64. Actually, no. I know which one I want to do. We're not watching Chrono Trigger endings. Pre-edited because the life sim wasn't translated. True. Let me see which one I want to do. I did Jersey. I watched. Oh god, Jersey Devil. Let's do Tekken 3. This is a short one.
Here we go with a quadruple review. First up is Namco's Tekken 3. Many are hailing it as the best fighting game of all time. I don't know about that. Tekken 3 is a very good game though. It's packed with all sorts of modes, one of which offers side-scrolling play. The control gets an A. difficulty gets an A, and design gets a B. Tekken 3 is refined, but not revolutionary. Fighting game fans should
Shut the
buy
fuck
it
up.
as soon as they can.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Tekken 3, not revolutionary. Tekken 3 is the pinnacle of PlayStation 1 fighting games, asshole. Okay. Let's see. Let's do, let me see what we got. What else we have? Oh, let's do Mega Man 8. Naka was batting 1,000 in 1999. They sure fucking were. Like, that going into Soul Calibur, then going to Tekken Tag, they were riding fucking high.
With the release of Mega Man 8 Anniversary Collector's Edition for the Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn.
Yeah.
Mega Man 8 catapults the Blue Bomber into the next generation with Japanese anime-style intros. Other new features in Mega Man 8 include cutscenes, cinema scenes, new robots, and classic Capcom gameplay. In honor of his anniversary, Capcom has added a special bonus to Mega Man 8 by packaging a tiny 12-page Mega Man Anthology Collector's Book inside the PlayStation version.
They did.
The Saturn version includes an interactive art gallery featuring character art from Mega Man 8, as well as art created by the consumers. Capcom's Todd Thorson
You
says
forgot
Mega Man
something.
Has now appeared in dozens of titles across
There are
multiple
2 secret boss
starring in his
fights.
own hit cartoon
Cutman
series,
and
has
Woodman.
generated a popular toy line and has firmly established himself among gamers. With Mega Man celebrating his 10th birthday, the timing is perfect for Capcom to present.
This reminds me, we need to play Mega Man and the collection to finish the achievements. Yeah.
Celebrating with Mega Man in his 10th anniversary edition is his entire supporting cast of characters, including Roll, Proto Man, Rush, Bass, Treble, Flip Top, Otto, Dr. Light, and the nasty Dr. Wily. Mega Man 8 retains all the classic qualities that have kept the series a hit for over 10 years.
We also have
while
Duo.
adding new and enhanced power-ups, weapons, moves, and secrets. However, Mega Man 8 features only 14 huge stages, but also 8 new wily robots for Mega Man to battle. The game even provides players a way to upgrade and customize Mega Man to their own specifications each time they play. In Mega
Duo,
Man 8,
the new face in town, yep.
explosion sends 2 strange meteors plummeting on a collision course with Earth. Mega Man investigates the crash and finds his arch-rival Dr. Wily fleeing from the scene, clutching a mysterious metallic package. Soon, a new breed of superpower robots begins to terrorize the countryside.
I wonder if he talks about the voice acting here. Like,
Players are able to customize Mega Man by finding bolts throughout the various levels that they can trade.
oh yeah, because you get the bolts and customize yourself.
Bolts can be used to purchase items that reduce weapon energy consumption. They can also be used to make Mega Man shoot faster, farther, or with more damaging shots, allow Mega Man to recharge his shots faster, increase his speed, make him invulnerable for a short while, balance his energy distribution, find hidden items, and much more. The number of bolts the player can retrieve in a single game is limited, so the player will have to choose their parts wisely. Mega Man's robotic canine champion, Rush, returns with all new abilities. Once Rush's pieces are found and assembled, Rush can be transformed into several different forms.
BBA.
Rush Bike allows Mega Man to quickly speed through areas of danger. Rush
Oh,
Barrier
no.
creates a force
This
field
scene.
around Mega Man, protecting him from harm. Life Recovery brings Mega Man assistance when he's low on life, while Rush Weapon Recharge does the same thing for his weapon systems. Mega Man's 10th anniversary is an exciting event for video game fans, who only recently celebrated Mario's 10th anniversary. While this latest Mega Man adventure will not blow you away, the game design provides that classic Mega Man experience. No Mega Man game has ever been a huge advance over its prequel, and the formula may seem tired at times, but Mega Man 8 is still worth the price of admission. The anime cutscenes are a first for Mega Man, and they fit right in as if we've seen them throughout the whole series. Mega Man has never looked better.
All right, let's take a look at let me find something. Oh, we got to do this one. Super Puzzle Fighter 2. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo.
Some games will make you laugh. Others will let you gloat as you beat up on your friend. Some games will keep you glued to the screen as hours
0 out of 10
pass
review, no voice acting
unnoticed.
acknowledged. Yep.
Super Puzzle Fighter from Capcom is one of those games that will do all of the above. This game combines elements of Street
I wonder
Fighter
if
Alpha
he
and Night
reviewed
Warriors
Pocket
with one
Fighter.
of the most addictive puzzle games ever created. Everyone can quickly learn Super Puzzle Fighter. It's a great game for the entire family or for competitive head-to-head play. The addictive side of the game takes over quickly when you begin developing your strategies for beating up your opponent or the computer. Super Puzzle Fighter
This game's
is
good,
a simple
though.
game with great appeal. In Super Puzzle Fighter, the player attempts to outwit either the computer or another human opponent in a one-on-one battle of wits and adrenaline. As a linked pair of gems descends from the top of the screen,
Oh,
the
gems.
player moves
Okay.
and rotates these gems to form groups and piles of the same color. Groups of gems can be destroyed either by a crash gem, which will break all gems of the same color that are touching, or a rainbow gem, which, when placed on a gem, will destroy all on-screen gems of the same color. When the player breaks their own gems, counter gems will fall into the hapless rival. Counter gems at first appear as blank blocks with a colored number 5, which means that the player has to drop 5 sets of gems before the counter will turn into a normal gem. Super Puzzle Fighter is nowhere near as complicated as this may sound, and while it is incredibly easy to start playing, it may take some time to master. To complement the frenetic pace of Super Puzzle Fighter, the player must choose one of 8 familiar characters from Street Fighter and Night Warriors. Among the
Night
selectable
Warriors.
characters are Ryu and Ken, the Karate Masters, Sakura, the high-kicking teen, everybody's favorite Chinese detective, Chun-Li, vampire hunter Donovan, Felicia, the Catwoman, Scottish succubus Morrigan, and Senko, the Ghost Girl, as well as 3 extra hidden characters.
Senko.
Each of the characters is a shrunken cartoon parody version of the familiar fighter,
Yep.
with a distinctive Japanese, highly comical look to them. The characters all have unique drop patterns, which affects individual playing styles, determining how counter gems are sent to the opposing side. During play, the characters will attack each other with their respective signature moves, resulting in bursts of energy, streaming fireballs, flaming uppercuts, and a host of other on-screen actions to entertain the players. The backgrounds and music of the game are also full of in-jokes and parodies from a number of other Capcom titles. In addition, there are 5 hidden characters that players can access. Still, with all the cutesiness and admitted addiction, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 is a hard game to swallow for $50. It's extremely fun, of course, but so is every other Tetris imitator. There are a lot more exciting games out there than this.
Whoa. Let me go back. Let me go. Whoa. What did he say?
There are every other Tetris imitator. There are a lot more exciting games
Tetris?
out there than this.
Did he say Tetris? It didn't sound like Tetris. He said Tetris. Anyway. Let's see. I want to see what I look at. Let's see. What's a good one? I'm actually just going to search. All right. GITCY Zelda.
We've got some bad news for you. Our review of Zelda won't air until mid-January. The good
Oh,
news is we'll
no,
be covering it
really?
constantly over the next few months. All we can offer you now is a series of montages. Here's every scrap of video.
For the
we
record,
have of Zelda.
this was one of the betas, but I think this was one that was getting closer to the final game, but the voices are a bit different. Yeah, Link does sound different. Yeah, if the animation seemed unfinished, yeah. It must have been from an E3 demo that they went to before the game got released. Yeah, this has to be from an E3 demo. More likely it might have been E3 98. Because I know that Ocarina of Time came out in November 1998. So if I saw this growing up, I'd be excited. Like, because back then it was like how different everything was. Also, adult Link sounded young. He does not have the iconic voice that he had. Oh, the horse racing. Oh, this part. This was a pain. That was a pain in the ass to do. To shoot all those arrows. I'm sure it was better on. I'm sure it was better to play that on the 3DS because of the gyro. But yeah. This game was fucking awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like a montage because they were going to be able to review. The next video I'm going to look for gaming in the Clinton years is the Toy Story review. If you have Shipper Harkinian, you can use gyro aim if you have compatible controllers. Yes. Yeah, the Toy Story review is actually an infamous one. And then we'll wrap it up with the Final Fantasy VII review. All right, let me go and get the next one. We're going to do Toy Story. Oh, this is a big one.
The first Super Nintendo game ever from Disney Interactive is Toy Story. When you pop in this game, the first thing you notice is the poor edging on Woody, the main character of the movie and the character you control in the game. The Toy Story movie was done with Silicon Graphics computers, and the instruction booklet says the game's graphics were created with the same 3D computer models that were used in the making of the blockbuster movie. We don't know, however, if the game actually used Silicon Graphics computers. If SGI computers were involved, we suspect they were only used for character animation, because the backgrounds do not have the detailed quality graphics of Donkey Kong Country. As any good devoted game player knows, Donkey Kong Country was created with Silicon Graphics computers and doesn't have edging problems. What's even more strange is that Woody is the only character with edging problems. All the other characters look great. The game's packaging box advertises an intensely 3D experience, but that statement is a bit misleading because the gameplay, although varied, is often two-dimensional. One question still remains. Why didn't Disney Interactive use Silicon Graphics computers for the entire game? Were they too expensive? I don't think so. Come on, Big Disney is one of the richest corporations in the country. Let's get real here. The only explanation we can think of is that Disney Interactive did not use SGI computers because the graphics could not be handled by the Genesis for the Genesis version. Maybe that's why the game has nowhere near as many colors and detailed graphics as Donkey Kong. However, even that explanation doesn't seem plausible because Disney would have to be insane to pass up the chance of creating another Donkey Kong Country. Besides, the Genesis version and the Super NES version don't have to be exactly the same, so what's the big deal? Disney certainly has the money to make another Donkey Kong Country, but unfortunately, they blew it. Another thing that confuses us is Disney's marketing strategy. Since Pocahontas appeared in the theaters before Toy Story, why did the Toy Story video game come out before the Pocahontas game? Perhaps the Pocahontas game is being saved until the movie is released on video for some sort of joint marketing strategy. The last negative thing we have to say about this game is about the play control. In the third level, players will start foaming at the mouth when they can't jump over the rope at the top of the screen. No matter how fancy you get in trying to bounce off the ball and up to the rope, you will most likely not reach the darn thing. This kind of play control flaw is inexcusable, since Disney should have noticed it and fixed it. Realistically, you could end up trying 20 times to get Woody to grasp that stupid rope before you actually get it. You might get so mad at Toy Story that you may want to slam Doom into your Super NES and take out your anger by shooting a bunch of evil aliens. Then again, Doom is an extremely difficult game, so it might just make the problem worse. You might think we've come down hard on Toy Story. Well, we admit we have. It's a shame, though, that the outstanding gameplay quality resulting from the developers' hard work is masked by the impossibly high challenge level. Toy Story is too difficult, like The Lion King. Fortunately for you, though, we've discovered 2 awesome ways to cheat in Toy Story. In the first level, bounce off the first beach ball you see and land on the bottom drawer of the dresser on the right. Duck down until the sheriff's star icon starts spinning in the upper left corner of the screen. Next, get on top of the dresser where you'll find the bucket of toy soldiers. Stand on top of the bucket, then press down while waiting for the lid to move 10 times. At this point, the stage select is activated. To skip any stage at any time, just press start followed by select. You can't win Toy Story without cheating, and this cheating brings victory much too quickly to warrant spending your money. People don't spend $60 on a game they know they can beat. With that in mind, one wonders why companies release game codes and stage selects. Video game buying has become too much of a game. No pun intended. The game is about finding a game that's not too hard, but not by any means easy. Codes and other cheats make games easy and not worth buying. Unfortunately, there's no way to tell if a game will last, or if a code will be released that makes it yesterday's news. There is, however, one last bastion: role-playing games like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy III. These games will never fail you as far as challenge goes, but the potential for these games to become interactive movies has yet to be realized. With the Nintendo Ultra 64, however, that will surely change. Some of you may have seen screenshots of Toy Story and thought the graphics were poor. Indeed, screenshots do not represent the game well. Seeing the game in motion may actually impress you. Although Toy Story's graphics aren't perfect, they are pleasant looking, and the gameplay is refreshing. In the first level, for example, you have to let the toy troops out of their bucket. Stand next to the bucket and press A. Then listen.
Oh my god.
A perfect soundbite from the movie. Too bad that's one of the few in the entire game. Your chore doesn't end there, though. Once you've dispersed the troops, go knock the walkie-talkie off the shelf by standing next to it, kneeling and pressing A. The walkie-talkie will fall onto the floor so the troops can carry it downstairs and set up their recon post. Next, head right to the walkie-talkie that Woody will use to communicate with the troops. In the second level, the goal is to get all the toys back where they were before Andy gets upstairs and finds them out of place. Knock the blocks out of the pig's way so he can get down to the floor. Get on the pump and get ready to jump on it when the pig walks by so that you can boost him into the toy chest. Repeat this process with the little toy robot, then do the same for Rex, the wimpy but lovable green dinosaur. Hey, at least he isn't Barney. Next, knock blocks away with your pull string by pressing A to free the action figure toy named Biff. Speaking of action figures, take a look at this one. It's a takeoff of Blanca from Street Fighter II. Also notice the similarities to other Street Fighter characters on the package design. Aha! We caught these guys ripping off Capcom. Anyway, let's get back to Toy Story. Once Biff is free, he will push the bucket over to the crane. The crane will then raise the bucket so the remote control race car can pass underneath. Biff and the car will get back to their place under the bed. So all that's left for you is to get in your place, which is on the bed. Do that and the level will end. Next, you must battle a nightmare version of Buzz Lightyear. Hit him on his face shield with your pull string while avoiding Buzz's lasers. Buzz will warn you before he shoots a laser, so be sure to listen carefully for his egotistical taunting. As for the rest of the game, we have a few general hints for you. First of all, collecting stars helps you stay alive, so even though the task is boring, do it anyway. Second, read the messages put up by the Etch-a-Sketch before each level. It tells you what to do. Third, don't try to rush through the third level to beat Buzz Lightyear. You'll never win. After all, he is a space ranger, or at least he thinks he is. Lastly, we recommend seeing the movie first so you don't have to read all the boring text in between the stages. Bottom line, when all is said and done, Toy Story has better gameplay than either of the Donkey Kong Country games, and players should even be able to adjust to the flawed play control. Toy Story's great gameplay is shrouded, however, by frustrating challenging play control, and the cheating methods destroy what's left of the game after that.
No, we're not doing that.
Now.
No, this is not better than Donkey Kong Country. Not even close. What the fuck are you smoking?
Check out our review of Toy Story, the movie.
No, I will not. You were having issues trying to grab the rope, and you were also having issues in general with the game, and you still think that this is better than Donkey Kong Country? Yeah, right. Nah, fuck out of here. All right, Final Fantasy VII. That was the last one we'll watch. Rebuttal to angry reviewers. Oh boy. Let's see. Straight up cheated, yep. Better than Toy Story, better than Donkey Kong
Square certainly
Country,
had to
my
make some
ass.
sacrifices to make Final Fantasy VII a reality. With so much marketing money being pumped into the project, the pressure is on for Square, and more so for Sony, who is publishing Square's work. While this is clearly the best role-playing game ever made, it does not provide anything new in terms of game design. The way in which you go about accomplishing tasks has not changed. You still have to talk to countless villagers and countrymen to advance your quest. On top of that, the text is boring. So boring you may fall asleep. We are such fans of the Final Fantasy series that it pains us to go on, but the flaws keep mounting. The control of your character, which is often too small on the screen, is downright awkward due to the frequent isometric angle of the environment. The enemies take too long to defeat because the game has turn-based battles, a staple in role-playing games despite their unrealistic nature. Plus, the battles are peppered with fancy camera angles which are neat the first time around,
What the
but
fuck?
after that they only serve to lengthen an already
the
slow
fuck?
battle. The music and
We're
sound,
watching that rebuttal
well,
video.
they blow
We are
chunks.
watching that.
And for all you parental types out there, chill. There is nothing wrong with regurgitation analogies. A good example of the poor sound is this fire, the sound effect of which is no more advanced than the fires used in the previous games. Perhaps most of these complaints are minor,
Oh my God.
but we expected more from this game. On the plus side, the game is still worth purchasing because it lasts long, and heck, this is Final Fantasy.
Oh
The
my
price tag is
God.
only $50 for this 3-disc game, making Final Fantasy VII the largest PlayStation game ever. Over the course of the next few months, we will keep you posted on the plot developments in the game. So far, our heroes created an energy crisis for the bad guys by blowing up one of their reactors, a la Star Wars. This has led to a fire in the city, where you meet a flower girl named Eris. To escape the bad guys, you jump on a train and head for another reactor to blow up. This time your character takes quite a fall in all the action. You land in a church where you re-encounter Eris. That's all we'll say today. Keep watching Flights for more updates.
All right. Time for that rebuttal video. We're going to wrap it up with this. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
George Wood. First up is Final Fantasy VII. We've gotten a lot of flack about our review for this game, so for the first time ever, we're going to respond to our enraged viewers. Just so you know, we didn't change a single word in that review. People disagree with our review in 3 areas. 1, our claim that there's nothing new in terms of game design. First of all, since
You're
we're
proceeding
talking
to
about
play
game
music with Final
design,
Fantasy
that
VI.
excludes the game's movie scenes, which are inherently and rightfully unplayable. Now, regarding the gameplay, Final Fantasy VII is no different from the series' last game in terms of execution. No one has refuted that. Instead, people have defended the status quo, saying that's what you do in RPGs. If that's
don't get me
the
wrong,
case,
I do prefer
if we
6
shouldn't
over
demand
7.
increasingly more involved gameplay, then we also shouldn't demand any new video game
But that
systems.
review sucks.
Let's never ask for anything more than Pac-Man because, hey, that's all you do in video games. Eat dots.
How is this a rebuttal? This is just you bitching.
On the game's unexciting plot. To further support that claim,
you're just talking shit.
Number 1, the movie scenes that advance the plot are separated with much too long periods of play. 2, the dialogue scenes are slow and boring. And 3, the plot is advanced more through a character's dialogue than his or her actions. Any screenplay writer will tell you that's bad, especially for a visual medium. Lastly, RPG fans defended the mathematical take-your-turn-to-fight battle style in the game, rather than a free-for-all slugfest. Okay, we'll cave in on this one. Although this method slows down the game, we can learn to live with it.
Literally.
And even like it to some extent. Still, Final Fantasy VII is far from the near masterpiece that game critics and fans have been calling it.
All right, well, that's it. That's going to do it for Retro Night, where we watched the game in the Clinton years. That's near 4 hours worth of that shit. Holy crap. All right, well, that was something in general. But before we start signing off, I'm going to show off what is the next Retro Night that'll take place next month. All right, so the next Retro Night is going to be Soul Calibur. So we're going to be playing some Soul Calibur games on March 19th. That is the current plan right now. We're going to play multiple Soul Calibur games. I'm going to see if I could try to find a way to run 4 and 5. I'm definitely doing Soul Blade, Soul Calibur 1, 2, and 3. And in the case of Soul Calibur 2, I'm going to play all 3 versions, the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox versions. And I'm going to beat the game each with the exclusive characters. Soul Calibur 3, I'll be playing that. If I can find a way to run 4 and 5 using an emulator, I'm probably going to test out the PS3 emulator. We'll do those. But yeah, that's going to do it for Retro Night this week. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you guys are all doing good. Tomorrow, we're going to get up early to watch the Pokemon Presents, and then we got Resident Evil Requiem tomorrow night. RPCS3 is the go-to. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. And then I currently have no plans to stream on Saturday or Sunday, so that's pretty much just the rest of the week. We only have tomorrow, and that's it. We're going to go send the raid over to... We're going to send the raid over to Bid Nerd Games, who is playing Street Fighter 6. So we're going to go get the raid call going. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to do the Pokemon Presents in the morning. And then we're going to do Resident Evil Requiem at night. So make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your loved ones you love them. Check out them as always. May you all fight for everlasting peace. And I'll see you guys next time. And remember, be kind, rewind. Good night, everybody.